Hello friends, welcome to the channel. Bob here. I think we're live. I guess so. Let's wait and see. I think so, yeah. So this is Project Quarm, I think it's pronounced. New Everquest server, emulated, based on a TACP client. And we're going to see how we go. I've just logged in and yeah, it's got the mouse scroll thing, which is really good. The camera still feels a bit flaky in comparison to P99, but that's fine. What I have noticed is that the keys are, what's going on with the keys? Holy moly. A is still, oh, I guess A is maybe being used for attack. That's a bit of a problem. Yeah, we don't want that. I'll just do a basic thing for now so we can kind of just get into the game and start basically. But I do want to get some basic keys going first. A is still doing some weird stuff. A seems to be tied to about 15 different commands. Let's have a look. No, D, sorry. Oh, D is tied to duck. Let's move it to that. That'll do. Okay, got the basics down. I've got to give our note. Mesfa, shoot one of these buildings. Jesus Christ. It's weird, I'm not even sure if the commands are the same as they were on TACP. What is mouse 1 tied to? Let's look. What's our attack? That was weird. Is there a massive lag going on? No, it doesn't seem like it. Maybe there is. Okay. Righto. Press you what to open the doors, Liz? That's weird, isn't it? That is weird. what I remember about TAC-P when I played it is it takes ages to get your spells going. No, the classic PC client. I think your spell learning goes up with your meditate skill and your kind of level as well. I'm not sure. I can't remember on this, but what I do remember is press U to open doors. I always click the mouse button on P99 anyway, and I don't remember pressing U to open doors on TAC-P. I love the MIDI tunes. Awesome stuff. Right. Okie dokie. Hey mate, yeah, seems right at the moment. I mean, there's I think there was 550 people on. There must be maybe loads of people, but peak times, I guess. Interesting to see if you can actually go out and find something to kill in the newbie area. Morning easy. Yeah, I think did this come out yesterday? No, it came out on Sunday, didn't it? The server. I love how the game kind of eases you into, like you start and you can't just go running off straight away doing stuff. But the game kind of doesn't really leave you hanging because it gives you this amazing atmosphere and the great music playing and all that kind of stuff. It allows you to just soak up the atmosphere before you go into the game. Lol. Someone just got killed. It is, yeah. It's based on the. I'm not sure if you've ever played TAC-P before, but it's based on the TAC-P client. except it's got mouse wheel look, mouse zoom thing, although it's still a bit flaky. I prefer using the keys here actually. Here we go. I seem to remember this. Oh no, here we go. Wow. Holy smokes. Got the dodgy skeleton models. I wonder if we can get rid of those somehow. Sunday, yeah, okay. I picked Kenos for the Kenos Hills vibe. Looks like it might have been a good choice. I guess Kenos is always going to be lower pop than Freeport. Well, the TACP Alcabor project was the Mac version of Everquest, and there was some slight differences to it. It's still Everquest, but and when I played on TACP, it felt very much like playing on P99. But there are some clear differences to it, the way that certain spells work, mobs in certain zones, that kind of thing. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's classic EverQuest, but it's the Mac version that they did. Oh, hello, inspecting myself. The Mac version was given up on at certain points, and it only goes up to a certain expansion, I think. I think at the moment what we've got is classic. I need to sort. And then they're going to release, and they're going to release expansions up until Planes of Power, I believe, is how it's going to work. Can't be that classic start until you get a few skill points into your skills. The level 1 mobs just tear you a new one. 4 damage. Holy smokes. There we go. It's our first death. Fippy running around the zone as well. Yeah, Mac got its own version, its own version, which, as I said, is very similar. But am I where I was? Where's the? An old pup. That's no good for me. Where's my corpse? Huh? He was around here, weren't we? Like a snake. Or do you not? Ah, hang on a sec. Oh no, you don't get a corpse up until, was it level 5 in this game? In this version? You just spawn of all your stuff, essentially. Can't believe there's a... I haven't done the spells. Oh, God. It is, yeah, yeah. It's at level 1. It's such a... it is pure RNG. Once you get a few skills, once you get a few skill ups, it's not so bad. Uh, yeah, I was wondering that. I was wondering if maybe on this, maybe on this. I can't remember from. Hang on a sec. Let's get out of the way, Fippy. Yeah, I was wondering when I started the character. I was wondering if they had any daggers. Um, Always seems to be a massive oversight, which I should have corrected. I do. I mean, I always start in Kenos anyway with whatever. So I'll just have to go over to get the boat to Eridin and get a couple of plant and go and buy some stacks. Someone's trying to train me, was it? Okay, here we go. Yeah, well, there's not many people here, so all I need is a few weapon drops or whatever from the old skeletons floating around here. We might be all right. I'm mouse clicking everything at the moment. I just sort my keys out at some point. There's Bard doing the Bard stuff already. I bet a lot of people start playing Bards just because of that. Well, got better at piercing. Not a full health, but let's try a risky knoll. Ouch. I seem to remember when I played on TAC-P that skill ups were much lower as well. There are lots of little subtle differences between the two. Ouch, this fight's going south as well. No, you can't hit him. There we go, Death 2. Come on, don't play with me. At least you just come straight back into the fight. Is it level 5, Liz, or something? Something like that, isn't it? Where you kind of... yeah, straight back in, apart from the bloody spells. There's old Lashan there. Okay. Don't think I've gained any attack or defensive skills yet either. I was reading some of what the what secret. I was trying to catch up on what Secrets was saying about the server, and I think I'm not sure if I was reading it correctly, but I think they might have. I think they might be doing things a bit differently. So I think maybe lowering the respawn timers for some rare mobs and stuff. And I'm not sure, but maybe I saw that I was trying to make legacy items more available. I'm not sure if that means by lowering spawn times or whatever. Not sure. Not that I expect to get any, but I remember trying to get them on green when it came out. That was just a nightmare, that was. You kind of had to be on all the time. Can you put a point in? Can you put a point in defence and attack? I didn't think. I thought they went up naturally. I didn't think you could do that. If you can, that might be an idea. Oh, I could have got this guy to bring me some tiny daggers. Let's go and check. Because attack and defence also don't show up on your thing here. I thought they were just kind of like hidden skills that... I think I saw that the old postal quest was being royally abused for the XPs. I wonder if at a certain level, a lot of people come over here for the Null Fang quest or whatever. I'm assuming it's on the TAC-P client. Hey mate, yeah, not doing so bad here. So, I'll use my points anyway. Nope, not that door. Behind the curtain. There we go. Yeah, defense and attack are just hidden skills that you can't let you go up on their own. But what we will do is, I think this spell is conjuration, isn't it? Alteration. Let's chuck some in the piercing. we go. Sense setting, I need to get that on a hotkey at some point, but we won't worry about it right now. Now what we want is a nice run of cracked staves. That's what we know we need a nice run of. It took me ages to realise there's a Sansa and a Joffrey in here. Hey Melvin, yeah, back on the old new server, so I thought I'd give it a go. MMOs are in a weird... I think it might have crashed. MMOs are in a real... Oh, no, maybe not. Let's go, let's go. MMOs are in such a weird place at the moment that... I mean, Everquest is popular because it's the best, but as for playing something outside of... Hang on a minute, where am I? But everything else is weird. You've got the AAA stuff, but does anyone really care about that? I don't know. I mean, the new World expansion looks pretty decent. Oh, that Barb Shaman there. I might start Barb Shaman at some point. I like starting in Everfrost. It's a great area to start. Not a lot of people like it, but it can be tricky from a newbie point of view because I'm not sure what it's like on TAC P so much, but it was tricky to pick out. It seemed to be a strange selection of mobs there. You had some skeletons running around, but you had some wolves and bears, and a lot of the mobs were level 2. I always found it quite difficult to get to pick out level 1s. Then you had to watch out for the old. There's a skeleton over there with a weapon. Someone got it. I don't know what you guys are playing, but I've just yeah, I'm struggling to get to actually load an MMO up and play it. It's got so I used to have so many on the go, but now it's just fine. I've kind of I keep just going to do a video about it, but it almost feels like risk-benefit analysis now. You know, there are plenty of MMOs out there, but particularly like the indie ones trying to be a classic MMO, but obviously they're just not sticking with people at all. You know, it appears as though there's a load of people out there. Is Toma chasing that person? I don't know. I don't think the guards are going to help you. Yeah, they're just not sticking with people. So, I mean, apparently there's a load of people out there waiting for an MMO. Oh, grats, mate. Yeah, that's some of those 50 levels, some of the hell ones are brutal. I'm not sure if there's a list system. Actually, I'm really not sure. I love the human monk models. I always did. The XR ones look cool. I like the XR models when they're just standing there with their towel swinging, kind of acting all cash. But I'm not so keen on the run animation for the XRs. Oh, this is better. Those points there, so that's helped. So I'm not having to burn my mana to kill the mob. Oh, I got a point in offense. Nice. I was quite excited about this solo self-found thing that some people started doing, but yeah, I just really struggling with MMOs, even something like Everquest, to get into it. I seem to remember that the Queen Clicknick spawn is a bit different on this server as well. I seem to remember seeing her up a lot more on TAC P, but maybe that was just red. Jesus. A noble. Okay, so this has got some much higher level mobs to look out for. I really don't like those skeleton models, but I think I might have to change something in the one of the files or something to get rid of that, maybe. Hey! First bit of armour. Wonder if any big P99 guilds or whatever have come over. I guess when you think about it, maybe you wouldn't, would you? It just means that I'm going to be a bugger and nick that skeleton. Ooh. Sorry, dude. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't, would you? Because if there's less people on P99, I guess there's less competition. So maybe you would. Maybe you wouldn't. Yeah, I always found. I think I always found the initial arm. Oh, first bag. I always found the satisfaction of getting your first armor drops on a new character really good, but I think itemization in general in EverQuest is from a progression point of view is not very good. Like I've got no idea why. I guess the idea was that they wanted players to make it, but I've got no idea why chain and plate armor was so expensive from vendors, for example. Say no idea. As I said, maybe it was because they wanted to. It seems like monks running around. Maybe they wanted it to be player made primarily. Skellington, no, lost him. There's one. And yeah, and I mean, I guess for cloth users, there wasn't really much. I mean, for leather users, you get rawhide drops, wouldn't you? And leather drops, and I guess you'd get some bronze pieces as well. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I'm thinking. Level 2. You have to be really dedicated though, don't you, as a crafter to get going. I mean, it's such a grind to get things going. Yeah, I think I did a video on that on green. I'll probably need to go back and look at the video to remember what to do. Get up, Bob. There's a skeleton. No. Oh, go on then. Oh no. Oh no, he's gone past. He wants the gnome instead. The gnoll instead. Does anyone else do this? Like, just ignore all the other mobs apart from the humanoid ones. I actually got into a habit of doing it. Just for the bag and armor drops and stuff. Oh, Smegging Bat was camping my loot. Actually, if there was a lot of people in, I was desperate for mobs. I'd kill anything. But if there's an NPC, if there's a humanoid mob up, you got to go for it. As this guy is here. Oh, don't go to the guard, you fool. Oh, a little necro pet there. I don't like these skeletons. I'm going to have to try and change the model somehow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Of course, yeah. I mean, I would go around farming bats once I got a bit higher level for wings and stuff. Actually, it's pretty easy to buy them from vendors. I think that's what I ended up doing. I know there's an ogre shaman vendor that sells bat wings and that kind of stuff. Hi Crow, yeah, this is the Project Quarm server. Or Quarm, however you pronounce it. Okay, so so on P99 you would have a mob level progression, so it would be lots of mobs level 1, but in this newbie zone you would get the beetles level 2, but all the beetles are nobles and warriors which are red. Is the pock book over here yet? Nope. Why would it be? Someone going for it? Oh, yep. Big barb, bare-chested barb. Interesting. I mean, I stick with ones anyway, but it doesn't appear to be a level 2 mob in newbie yard here. Nope. Interesting. So we've got level 1s, then we've got reds. Oh, look, they're fighting over the skeleton. Oh, he lost it. There's your Dark Paw as well. Strange mod progression. It's funny because level 2 is a nightmare, isn't it? Because you go through level 1 and it's like, oh yeah, all right, fair enough. But then killing level 1 mobs at level 2, it just takes ages. I haven't got a point in defence yet. Jesus Christ, bloody bat. Holy smokes. It's just been maxing me every round. Bugger. Skellington. On its own. Right. It's quite fascinating, this emulated MMO thing. Just how popular it is now. It's taken off thanks to the, I guess, thanks to the incredibly passionate people who. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we probably need to do that at the moment. Clicks, the mouse clicks. I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I guess I can move my mic over here a bit. I don't know what people normally do. Guess you get a mouse that's not got micro switches, I guess. Okay, so we're down to killing bats at the moment. I still haven't got a point in defence. Playing on attack P because you can box. You kind of, I think what happens is that when I first started playing anyway, I think the same things for most people as well, is that you get like the mega group buffs. So people will do mega group buffs and then your trio goes running off and leveling. And a lot of the skills on your, say your enchanter, for example, get completely forgotten. And I think it's common with most people. And I learned a trick to to increase my enchanter's defensive skill. I kind of duelled my shaman, and I just let the pet. I had to find a pet that was just about dark blue, and just let the pet wail on him. It took ages. Oh, I think it was my Beast Lord pet actually. I got a phone call. I'm just going to mute the old. There we go. All done. Eighteen players here. A couple of clerics. A few bards. Necromancer. Only one necromancer, surprisingly. Magician. Magician's strong in classic, isn't it? Actually, interesting. Only one guild though. One guild tagged character. So it's interesting to see how these servers settle down after kind of like the break-in period. People go back to P99 or TAC-P. I guess you get a certain amount of spread across all the servers. I think P99 is always going to be the most popular after the new server kind of bug wears off. But a lot of people like pop though, don't they? So a single box pop server might be pretty popular. Still got no defensive skill gains. Has it got defense? Assuming it must have. Yeah, TAC P had, because I just said about raising it with a pet, didn't I? Yeah, all these beetles are high level ones. But there's no fire beetles here. I do quite like the way these skeletons move. It's kind of like a drunken stagger towards you. It's interesting playing a non-healing character starting afresh, particularly a shaman. That the old what's it called? I can't remember the name. The shield spell they get at level 1. That's a great healing spell for quite a long time. Can we save the damsel in distress? Which is probably a bloke. I think we got the save in there, did we? I think so. What a gent. Oh well, better start just killing normal mobs just to actually get some experience rather than just wandering around. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, as I said, when all the dust settles, I guess the people who will stay on this server will people who want a classic Everquest experience, but with Planes of Power expansion, I guess. Obviously, you get people who like starting a new server and just going through from scratch again. I'm not sure if the novelty wears off of that after a while, particularly if you've got high level characters on servers already, other servers. But yeah, or maybe people who just like the Mac client. That's kind of what they played. That's what they used to. Huh? Oh, what happened here? Hey? Well, I don't quite know what happened there. Swap mobs, for God's sake. I don't know what happened there. Was the drone aggressive, or did I accidentally hit it when I thought I was hitting something else? As a warrior's going to aggro as well, isn't it? Run away. Always a bard with the old nippy run speed already, low level. Bard was the class that I seriously considered picking, but I wasn't sure. I didn't want to have to do the whatever you call it, the kiting stuff. But I guess they've got so many tools, haven't they? Huh? What happened there? Oh, here they come. They've got loads of tools anyway. They've got charm as well, which is quite interesting. I'd like to do some of their armor quests as well. Alright, so I guess someone took the skeleton. That's good. Loads of bards. Loads. So, apart from the fact that bards are pretty amazing, I'm assuming there are so many at the start because people just want to get a character level 50, I guess, and they know that they can just kite stuff to get there. Thank you, mate. It is pretty funny. I drew that myself in paint just for a laugh. Yeah, but I'm assuming that people play bards at the start just because they level the quickest. I'm assuming they do on TAC P like they do on P99. So you get that character to level 50 quickish, where you can start doing some stuff. Oh, bosh that old pup. Didn't even get a hit in. Oh, there's a fire beetle. Oh, okay. I wonder if there's like a cycle spawn thing. Should we risk it for a bit of extra XP? I reckon we'll be able to hit it, but we haven't had any defense skill, so it might keep maxing us. Let's see. Let's put it right over here. Come on. Might have to spam our mana here. Let's go. Come on. Oh, I think we did it. There's always that person, isn't there, who has to just show off in chat, you know. Oh, look at me, I'm here. Hello. It's me. Please listen to me. You should be listening to me. Although I guess that's what I'm doing at the moment. Yeah, what I like about the this area on P99 is that it's just full of beetles, and at level 2 you can just about pick them off. Works pretty well for the XP bump, because killing blues at level 1, at level 2 is so slow. The day-night cycle seems pretty quick here. Really quick, actually. Interesting. Yes, on P99 at level 2, what I would do is pick off the beetles if there weren't any spiders, or if there weren't any skeletons or thingies available. Because the null pups drop armor and bags as well, and weapons. They've got the same loot tables actually. Not sure I've ever seen one with a cracked staff, but there must have been. There's another fire beetle. Hang on. Little sneaky one there. Yeah, it's that little hump. Once you get over that little hump, it's okay. Once you get a few points into your weapon skill and attack and defense, it's pretty good. But I've got no points into defense at the moment so far since we started. So that is slow. Where was that? Where's my beetle gone? Oh, there we go. There's one. That'll do. Let's find somewhere safe. Not there. Nope. Wait, where are you going? Oh, that's a strange pathing. Yeah, I died a couple of times, pretty much from the off, just until I got some skill points. It's defence! One in defence. Woohoo! Yeah, so we can kill level 2s now. At level 2, which is pretty decent. I wonder what Kenos Hills is like on the Mac client. I didn't really go in there much on TACP. On TACP, you immediately take your trio to like Field of Bone, really, and then you just go straight into Kern's Tower. It was, yeah, yeah. I'm sure the candle shows up on P99. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Doesn't here though, and it's not even actually giving any light off, I don't think. Playing with the lowest settings? What the hell are you doing, Bob? I've never got the option to scroll, but the camera is still pretty janky, as it always has been on TACP. Oh, here we go. This way. Hey, Bob. Oh, nice one, mate. Yeah, I love the this dude with the black hair and mutton chops and stuff. Oof. Okay. Oof. Bloody hell, he just kept whacking us, didn't miss at all. How's Freeport, mate? Is it busy over there? Oh, welcome back, Liz. It's busier here than I was expecting, to be honest. quite a lot of bards though. I guess from a bard point of view, um, there's quite a lot of good options for for kiting in the Karanas. So everyone goes to the beetles, don't they? And the big beetles and stuff. I'm the only enchanter though. One necromancer and one rogue as well. No, two necromancers actually. Yeah, the spell scribing is so slow. Level 5 Grats. Is that a priest of some sort, Liz? Get new spells at level 5 if it is. Here we go. Let's try again. Mage, cool. Yeah, mages are really strong in classic, aren't they? And they kind of got a bit shafted as the expansions came out. Although actually, the planes of power, do they get super duper again? I mean, they're decent, no, certainly. Oh, come on. He's not running this time. Oh. That was close. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, they're definitely soloable all up to 60. I think that they kind of. I think after. I think with Kunark and Velius, they just didn't seem to get the upgrades that a lot of classes got. I played one for a bit on P90. I think I got back to about 40 or something. I quite enjoyed chain casting pets. That was an interesting tactic. Yeah, Necro was something I considered on here. I kind of always feel that you should have waited till the Ixar came out, though. That's the thing I think with Necros. Well, I do like the idea of this human model with a face as a Necro. Particularly here as well. Like the Necro guild here is really cool. I haven't seen a skeleton or anything for a while. Oh, there's a fire beetle. People resting on the fire beetles, they're just leaving them lying around. Oh, stop it. Ooh, no, that's a bit risky. I don't want to keep dying because I think Quarm's only got the racial, not only got racial penalties. So ogre's a bit more than, you know, human or whatever. But they don't have any class ones. I always thought the penalties were stupid. I don't know if they. I'm not sure if they thought that because a Shadow Knight, for example, is part warrior, part necromancer, then that means they're going to be great. So we've got to make them get more XP. I don't know. I'm not sure where that came from initially. I'm sure they must have had a reason for it, but I guess at the start, no one knew until they started experimenting and recording data and whatever. But yeah, I never quite understood it. Someone's got me drone. Who's got me a bloody drone? Definitely more people here than there was about half an hour ago. Yeah, I think I think the racial ones uh, I think are pretty decent. I think there are reasons for them, and I think they are on here from what I saw. But the class ones never really made much sense to me. Was that a big skelly? Oh no. Yeah. They're brutes though, weren't they? Like Troll Shadow Knight. Whew. Holy smokes. Actually though, I'm just thinking how I might try that. I might do that if P99 ever do a new server, because that's an achievement, isn't it? If Troll Shadow Knight, boom, straight from the off, fresh character, off you go. Remake. Well, they're supposed to be doing an EQ3, but my hopes are in the toilet really as regards to how that will turn out. Are they remaking the original? I don't know actually. Well, they kind of are doing it because they keep releasing these TLP servers. As far as remaking it with a fresh coat of paint and stuff, I'm not sure. But I did hear about an Everquest 3, but you know, really. I mean, it'll probably still come out before Pantheon, but... Oh, here we go. I was just thinking to myself, these skeletons not spawning with weapons that much. Oh, that's a big chunk of that. That's a halberd. 19? What? Wow. 19? That's amazing. So the decaying skeletons ignore the damage cap when they've got a higher level weapon. That is cool, but at the same time a bit mental. Wow. 19, 8, 17. Okay. Well, I like that because pets used to do that, like low-level pets. But that is cool that happens. But who's going to fight that halberd-wielding skeleton? You need to burn it quick. Wow, that was equally good and terrible. It's raining and dark. I'm sorry if you can't see anything. I think I can apply the filter to OBS maybe or something, but you know. $30 million to create an MMO, really? That'd be interesting. Hate it. I've given up on Pantheon. I just can't be asked anymore. Is it ever going to come out? The art style change was kind of like the final... I'm not going to go on a rant. It was kind of like the final straw, honestly. It was the exact reason I didn't like Everquest Next. I don't want to play an MMO where the characters look like flipping Gaston from a Disney film. It's just no interest whatsoever. I know I say graphics don't matter, but some do. There's some graphics that matter. I mean, I'm assuming it's because they're struggling financially, and so they're having to create an art style as opposed to loads of polygons and stuff. And I can appreciate that, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be what they're doing. No, I'm out. And how you make an MMO for 30 million nowadays, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess if you're really, really indie, you know, and whatever, but I can't imagine it's going to be that. Oh, it was close. Whew. But anyway, yeah, no, sorry, I don't want to go off on a rant there, but I'm not. I mean, I haven't. I stopped. I think. What was I about to say? No, I mean, I haven't followed any Pantheon updates for quite some time. I've kind of almost just given up on it. And the visual look now is just not for me. Just not. I think someone mentioned WoW. I don't even think it looks like WoW. I think it looks worse than that, really. Maybe it's high resolution, but I don't know. I mean, like the old style they had before they changed it. I mean, it wasn't amazing from a visual point of view, but I actually preferred it. Some of the screenshots and stuff that I saw. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. It feels like a. It feels a bit like a. It feels like a bit like a change from a. Feels like a bit maybe like a financial change, just from an easier to make it easier to develop and less costly, I guess. Someone get killed here. Hello. Oh, Prince is only even con. Interesting. Oh, okay. Let's try it out. I think MMOs are in a tough spot at the moment. I think that there's not a huge. We keep being told there's a huge audience, but there doesn't seem to be. When you look at the numbers that some of the games have got, like New World and stuff. I mean, they're doing all right, but you expect World of Warcraft to be doing a lot better, really. I think, even in its current state. But that's the AAA end of things, I guess. But on the indie side, I don't know. I mean, we keep, as I said before, we keep being told that there's like millions of people who want to play a classic MMO, and they're all waiting for Pantheon, and they're all waiting for whatever, and I don't know. I'm not sure. I think the classic MMO players are currently playing an Everquest emulated server, or an Asheron's Call one, or an Ultima Online one, um, or maybe a Dark Age of Camelot one. But they're certainly not playing Shroud of the Avatar. They're certainly not playing Project Gorgon, and they're not playing. Well, they are, but it's minimal populations. They're certainly not playing Embers Adrift. So where are they? Waiting for the next thing. Yeah, I just have a thing against that cartoony graphical look just in general. I mean, I would rather play. I'd rather play Pantheon with these visuals, to be perfectly honest with you, more so than maybe. I'll have another look at it. It was only a brief look. Maybe if there's a decent art style going on, like EverQuest has got, then yeah, I mean it'll work. But I just remember the EverQuest Next visuals, and I was like, ooh, that's not for me. What is Aldin doing? I don't know. Well, I think what's happened is that we're calling, or they're calling MMOs that are not MMOs. Um, they're essentially Diablo 4 is essentially a single player game with tacked on MMO elements because they feel that's the latest trend and that's what they need to be doing. So yeah, it's like what we think of MMOs, then yeah. I mean, I'm looking forward to the New World expansion. I actually loved New World. I know it's a bit of a meme game at this point, but it was so immersive. The world. When I played, I used to just run around the world, opening chests and mining essentially, and I loved it. but but it does get to a point where you want to make some progress, and I just felt that the whole progress, so any game surrounding, unless it's a fast-paced shooter where you're getting loot pretty quickly, or something like Diablo 4 where you go into a dungeon, you clear the dungeon out, you got loads of loot. I just don't think that what they call it. I don't think that what's that thing they call it where you New World called it something different, but I can't remember what what it's called. Basically, you get a gear score, and you keep upgrading the gear score by getting better drops. The New World implementation just wasn't very good, but they're removing all that. They're taking all that crap out, essentially. They're taking all of the far too many resistant types and damage types. All that crap is coming out. And they're just going back to a more basic MMO. You loot stuff. As you loot stuff, you get better stuff, and that's it. But I love New World. It's fantastic. You know, logging in and just running around the world is amazing. But character progression, I didn't like. But they seem to be ripping all that out. They're putting mounts into the game and whatnot and whatever. I think the real issue with that was that from a combat point of view, PvP and PvE kind of clashes. You know, because of the PvP balance, the PvE element of the game is just incredibly boring. Even running around my favourite weapons like spear and stuff, you know, you run around, you just use the same 3 skills over and over and over again, killing the mobs in exactly the same way. It just becomes dull. I would have liked to have seen them have, not take away PvP, because I know some people like it, but just to separate it in some way, so that you've got like the spear weapon, for example, has got a PvE tree. It's just a lot more interesting to engage with. It's why mages just don't seem particularly fun in New World, because it's constantly got to think about PvP balance. It'd be nice if they could separate it in some way. I remember when the Void Gauntlet came out. I was so excited. I was thinking, oh, this is going to be amazing. It's going to be like, we'll be summoning shadow pets and all sorts of stuff. But at the end of the day, it was like every other weapon, a bit of debuff and a bit of spammy DPS. It was yeah, I mean the world. I mean, I didn't really fast travel in New World because I like to. I did a challenge once where I ran right around the whole coast, and visually it's just stunning. It's stunning to look at, the lighting. It's literally like an old school Bethesda game, really, where you can pick a point and you can go, I'm going to run in this direction towards a target location, but you never get there because there's so much on the way to stop you, just to deviate. You know, it's like playing, I don't know, it's like playing Fallout and saying I'm going to run to this point, but you never get there because there's so much stuff on the way to deviate your attention away from what you were doing. Yeah, it's fantastic. But the thing that killed it was, just for me anyway, the reason I don't play it so much anymore at the moment is the combat. It's just too repetitive. You can only run around exploring so much. Like, to get chests and stuff, you have to engage in combat. And I think after I killed the 1000th corrupted using the same skill rotation, it was like, holy smokes. The funny thing is that it doesn't really need to be. Is this guy a bard? Just. Oh no, he's got. So she's come over to try and nick his spawn point. Look, he's got a little spawn point where he just stands there. Oh, okay. I think someone mentioned it earlier. I don't know why I'm so surprised. Obviously, I didn't take as much notice as I should have done. I don't like standing in one place though. Just that feels a bit, you know. Unfortunately, Monsters and Memories is a long way off. Unfortunately, might still be before Pantheon, but it's quite a way off. Yeah, but similarly, you know, I've got a lot of hope for that game as well. Oh no. Run away. Am I running towards the gates? I think so. No, it's a long way off, trust me. Wow. Where the hell did these all come from? No, I didn't know. Like a lot of people talk about EQ2 with fond memories, but I never. I couldn't even tell you why I never started it. I think it was because during the early 2000 period, I was probably doing the same as what I do now. Really, I had all the MMOs I had on the go. So I had World of Warcraft, Ultra Online, Everquest, Dark Age of Camelot. I was playing them all, just flipping between them, not actually making any progress in any of them. That sounds familiar, I guess, if you've watched the channel for very long. But no, Everquest 2 just wasn't a game. I also missed Vanguard as well, weirdly. Vanguard slipped me by the first time round. And I can't even tell you why. I think it was just because I was so caught up in. I think the thing is with. I think it was like probably guild stuff because when I first started playing Ultra Online, I was in a guild, big guild, and we kind of moved between games. Everquest came out, moved to Everquest. Camelot came out, moved to Camelot. Asheron's Call, I played a bit, but I don't think it was particularly popular. So yeah, I guess it was just a guild thing. And then when World of Warcraft came out, most people moved to that game. I'll never forget my first real MMO experience in Ultra Online. It was like if I did it now, it was horrendous because of the internet. But I just couldn't believe that I was playing a game and there were all these other people running around, and you could interact with them and stuff. It was absolutely mind blowing. And back then as well, it was a real I remember buying a game was a real what would you call it? Not an oops, hello. It was a real adventure. It was a real thing that you did. Like I remember as a kid getting on a bus. There was a music shop called Melody Maker. I'm not sure if it's still around actually. But it used to sell computer games as well, and going there for a new computer game. Yeah, it was a real event. And I remember buying Ultra Online, that was a real event as well. I went into my local Virgin Megastore on Oxford Street. I mean, that must be still there, surely. I haven't been to Tottenham Court Road for ages, but going in and seeing this big box on this massive Ultra Online big black box on the. I got the box somewhere on the shelf, and it had an extra little box bit that was cut out, and you could see the cloth map and all that kind of thing. And it had lots of other bits and pieces with it, and it opened like the cover opened like a book, and you opened it up, and it had all this artwork inside. On the back it said internet required. So, wow. Oh no, not again. Please don't make me learn my spells again. Oof. There we go. And of course back then there were only American servers. So I played on, I can't remember, I think I played on Cats. Oh, what? What? Fippy's camping the spawn point. That's bad news. Yeah, Catskills or Chesapeake. I think I played on. Yeah, and all the servers were in America. Same when Everquest came out, it was all American servers. Camelot, it was all American servers, I think. And the internet was so bad at that time. It was. When I think back, it was a nightmare. But yeah, buying a game was like the I've still got lots of big box. I keep meaning to do a video series. Well, I think I did a couple of videos, and it was going to be called "When Games Came in Boxes." But I need to get myself a decent camera. Actually, I got myself a new phone recently, so maybe I need to get that fitted up to the computer and stuff. Yeah, but game boxes, buying game. I'm a bit of a hoarder on that kind of thing, but my wife is quite patient about it. Yeah, but big game PC boxes are cool. They're so expensive now, though. Like when I worked for Virgin Interactive, who published Daggerfall, and I had 3 copies of Daggerfall that were in mint condition. I sold 2 of them on eBay for £100 and something just for big box. I go on there looking for certain big box games, but I don't really want to spend that money on them. I kept one for myself. I've literally got stuff everywhere. I've just found these in the garage. These are really old. These are Lord of the Rings miniatures that are still. I don't know if you can see it actually. Lord of the Rings miniatures that are still boxed. This is Elrond. I don't know when these are from. Not sure, but the Mithril miniatures. I've got like all the Fellowship and stuff and whatnot. I've got this Lord of the Rings. It's all boxed in mint. Lord of the Rings Mithril miniatures. Look at the artwork on that. That is cool. It's got all the Fellowship in that box there. I should do a video series on all of the shit that I've got. My old 2nd edition monstrous manual, D&D. It's funny because I found my player's handbook and dungeon master's handbook as well the other day, and I was looking in them and I found some old character sheets. it was pretty cool. It's unbelievable. I've just got stacks of crap. I've got some old Town Criers, More Time, Games Workshop. We've got some old ICE, Lord of the Rings role-playing modules. There's Moria, Brigands of Mirkwood. I keep them just because of I love the artwork. I love that old artwork from the 80s, maybe even the late 70s. I'm not quite sure. Oh, 87 it looks like. What's this? Oh, Stephen Jackson and Ian Livingstone, Titan, Fighting Fantasy World. I've literally got tons of crap that we could go through at some point. I should think about doing that. I'm sorry if I'm knocking the mic. I probably am. Yeah. I've got a boxed version of the Middle-earth role-playing, I think, somewhere as well. Surprisingly, they're not just like a waste of space, though, because I do sit down and go through them from time to time. Oh, look at that! Someone's selling some stuff. Limestone ring. Is that made? Is that enchanter made? Is that an early ring? Alligator tooth earring. Nice. Is that drop from the alligators in the sewers, maybe, or something? I might check out Twitch tonight just to see. I'm sure there are some people rolling, doing some proper leveling on here. Really, 24/7. Trying to be the first 50s. From the sewers, yeah, I thought they might be. Oh, here we go. Ooh. Well, level 2 has been a massive stall. Taking a long time. I guess we were going for the beetles, weren't we? So it's like higher chance of dying fighting even cons. I'm definitely going to start a barbarian shaman. Maybe in a minute. I just love the way they look. I think Everfrost and a barbarian city, I think it's one of the most immersive areas in the game. Great progress as well. I know a lot of people move away. I know a lot of people move away from it, don't they, quite quickly. But out in the Everfrost Peaks, or whatever it's called, there's quite a good level progression there for you to move along through. I think the fact it's just so big and there are so many roaming mobs, apart from, I'm not sure if it's the same on this server, but apart from those camps of goblins, you just have to start moving out, killing some of the leopards and the mammoths and stuff. Oh, hello. Whew. Yeah, and permafrost is fantastic as well. You just go into the entrance. I can't remember what level you used to go in the entrance at. Yeah, but because there's the Zem on P99 is fantastic there. So you just go in the entrance there and well, you go. The first few mobs not so bad, but then you go up the steps and there's a few difficult pulls. I'll pull a pair around to the no, look. There's literally there's a skeleton with a staff just spawned there, and there was a massive thing which just ran towards it. Oh man. That's the first one I've seen. It must be really rare. Yeah, they're my favourite single player games. I agree with what you said earlier on. Like, I was kind of hoping that MMOs would evolve into. I know that there are some games that are similar, but I'm talking about. I was hoping that a proper MMO would evolve um, with some survival elements. So I think kind of New World did it a bit. Like, I like the idea that you have to be that you can build a camp and you can respawn at your camp and stuff. But I would like an MMO that I don't know. I guess you'd need. My perfect MMO would be an immersive world like New World, for example, that but is about 10 times bigger, and there's no. Is there some? I'm sure there's someone on follow there. Is there a bit of? Is there a bit of two boxing going on there? Just over there, these two. I don't know. Not that I care, but. So this might be a skeleton spawn point, because I think this was just where the. I think this is where that one with the thing spawned. Yeah, but there's no fast travel. There's no teleportation. There's nothing. You have to travel everywhere on foot. And obviously it's really immersive. No procedural. I know this is an impossibility. No procedural generation. The world is just full of tons of great created content. But the survival aspects are really important. So, oh, for God's sake, Fippy. It's about the third time. Yeah, so travel and camping is really a core part of the gameplay where you as you travel further enough away from populated areas, it takes a long time to get there. Resources are scarce. You can't just go into town and buy 100 stacks of food. You have to go out. You have to get your own food. Not in a way that survival games doing it at the moment. Like is it like Rust and those kind of games? Not like that really. I don't want to be punching a tree with my fist. That's just stupid. But I would like MMOs to evolve to take into account more of those elements. But I don't know if we'll actually get it. It's like, I mean, the problem is, like, as much as I love New World, it's not really big enough to support that type of game type. It's just quite easy to get anywhere on foot. I want a massive world where when you travel somewhere, you've really travelled, and it's really I don't know, it's really isolated, and you have to build a camp, maybe you have to hunt for some food to keep yourself alive and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think MMOs are anywhere near doing that. I don't know what I'm looking for my next MMO, to be honest with you. Like, certainly, like, certainly a world a bit like New World, definitely. With a complex combat system like Everquest. Who's going to make it? Someone out there, please. Yeah, I know it's a big ask, but that's really what I'm hoping. That's the MMO that I want to play. Is that the land mass is huge, and you've got areas on the map that are populated, but moving away from those and actually really travelling. And most people probably won't want to play this kind of game, I guess. We're all too immediate now, aren't we? We're all too kind of like yeah, but so travelling somewhere meant something. When you got there, you could just die from starvation or whatever, and you had to. I wouldn't want to take the MMO stuff away from it, but I think it's more immersive from an MMO point of view, RPG, to have those elements. I can't remember what game it was I played, but I played an old RPG way back in the day. It felt like it was a Baldur's Gate engine type game. But there was a game that did camping really well. That camping was really important. I think Baldur's Gate 3's got that to a certain extent. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I'd like actually, Worm Online is very much like that. Um, if you don't like crafting though, it's kind of out really because everything is about crafting. But the world is really immersive and it's really dangerous as well. Like when you travel somewhere, you've got no map, you've got no compass. I think you can make a compass actually for yourself, but it's really easy to get lost and not be able to find your way back to a settlement. And that would be good, you know, to find yourself out in the wilderness and you've got to make a camp and whatever it may be. But I guess it's just asking for too much, really. I was kind of thinking of changes they could have done to Starfield to make it a lot more immersive, instead of all the loading screens. Like I don't understand why you didn't. I mean, we couldn't have the Star Citizen-y type travel between systems and stuff, but I don't understand why they didn't give people the option to have like you choose a system you want to go to, and then it just puts you into like I guess a perpetual loop. Well, continuous loop while you're traveling the distance, so you can get up and walk around your ship and stuff. But it kind of, it kind of fakes the element of light speed or grav jumping, rather than just choosing a system and just appearing there. I don't understand why they didn't have that option. That would have made it a lot more immersive. So you kind of, oh, for God's sake, did he just kill? Obviously, killed still by a knoll. Yes, yeah, so it's replicating like Star Citizen travel in Starfield, but you're not really doing it, and I don't understand why they didn't do that. Just for people like me who do. The weapon spawns on the gnolls and the skeletons is really low, really low. Okay, mate. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, have a good one. Yeah, I think you're right, mate. I think it's um, look. I imagine anyone who is reasonable at using one of the engines, like the Unreal Engine, can probably just create like a massive blank land mass, like huge. It takes you days of real life travel to get across. But who's going to make that game? Who's going to populate it with content and stuff? It's just not. Actually, I was talking about this someone the other day. I think AI could be a massive winner, not just in gaming, but in MMOs, maybe for creating content. That's going to be really interesting, I think. Yeah, going back to the games early, yeah, I mean, like Deus Ex 1 and the first two Thief games, I normally play through. I've got a list of games old favourite games that I normally play through once a year. So, Thief 1 and 2, Deus Ex 1. I love the Mass Effect games. That's what I was hoping Starfield would be, a massive upgrade on that, but it's not. Dragon Age as well. Yeah, I've got a list of my favourites. A bit like a list of my favourite TV programmes that I don't really watch any modern TV because I think it's absolute toss. But even if I did kind of enjoy it, I've got a list of TV series that I kind of watch through. When I get to the end of the last one, I'll kind of start again at the top. So it's like, well, it's like Blackadder, um, Blackadder, Red Dwarf, Peep Show. So I love Spaced. There's definitely Nick Frost's and what's his name's best work. The Office, probably extras as well. I think it's normally on there. Only Fools and Horses maybe, but Only Fools and Horses is a real commitment. There's a lot of those. Actually, there's a lot of Red Dwarf as well, isn't there? Thinking about it. Kind of sometimes some Star Treks, but that's a big commitment as well. I keep looking for Blake Seven on Blu-ray or something, but I don't think it's available. I need to have a look again. You can get Blake Seven on Amazon Video, but they charge a fortune for it. It's amazing how digital content is much more expensive than it ever was on disc. Weird. Yeah, Deus Ex like one is like the levels are the ultimate sandboxes, aren't they? It's just fantastic, and that's why I love Cyberpunk so much because it's just I love being given a task and then having a number of different ways to approach the task. That's really what games should be looking towards, not this linear crap. Um, Give me a level, tell me what you want me to do, and then give me loads of options within that level to accomplish the mission or whatever it may be. It's hard to get people to even have a. It's hard to get people to even give them a go. Like I kind of tried to get uh, my boys to give Everquest a go, but they never really. Like my youngest just got hooked on World of Warcraft, and he's literally played that since release and stuff. It's interesting because like MMOs were their first introductions to games. Uh, when they were really young, like I used to play. They remember Dark Age of Camelot more than anything else, actually, and they used to take turns playing. It's always a nightmare. You've had your hour. It's my go now. No, I haven't. Yeah, I think they liked having a dad that was into games. I mean, that must be level 3. Holy smokes. We have died a few times, but Jesus. I mean, I haven't really been focusing on it, but holy moly. I guess I'm running around bypassing all of the... I've got some... I'm not going to say anything's going to come of it because I've got no idea, but I'm trying to work out as my over the last year or so I've kind of noticed health improvements, and I can't really say why that's happening because I didn't really know what was wrong in the first place. But as it's happening, I'm kind of thinking about what am I going to do? What does life hold now for someone who's been out of life so long? What's your purpose? All those kind of yeah. Level 2 is horrible. Um, yeah, and I've been thinking about doing more on the channel. But I think the issue is that it's when you've been supported by a husband, wife, or partner, whatever it may be, for so long. You know, when you and still not able to go out by myself and go to work. So I've still got some more improvements to do. But things like the channel and stuff, it becomes I mean, as you know, if you're a friend of the channel, you know that content's become very, mainly since I stopped playing P99 as much, but content's become very hit and miss, and it's very random. And I think that's part of that is because if you find it difficult to justify, I find it difficult to justify doing it when my wife's going out to work supporting me while I was sick. And so it's like, should I be spending my time doing this? And now things are improving. I'm thinking to myself, well, what's next? You know, I should probably spend my time maybe educating myself, re-educating myself, maybe doing an open university course or whatever it may be. I don't want to sit there, I don't think. Someone's legs. But the obvious thing is obviously the channel and content creation, all that kind of stuff. But it's really hard. I spent quite a lot of time over the last 6 months just doing some research and looking at the way YouTube algorithms work and what's required. You know, if people are still making it, how are they making it, and whatever. And I think it's become a bit. I think it's become a bit like wanting to be a professional footballer for this current generation, where you want to make a living from streaming, but it really only happens to a tiny percentage of people. And I did some research where I spent some time just looking randomly round at channels, and there are people, bless them, and I feel really sorry for them, who are putting so much effort into their content, but they're just not getting any views whatsoever. I mean, I'm just some crappy little old bloke, you know, who kind of clicks record mostly, and that's pretty much it. And some you know, some of you like that, just someone chat waffling and you listen to it at work or whatever, you know, and that's great. But yeah, there's so many people out there who I've seen who have put so much effort into their channel, and they're just not getting any views, you know. And I think algorithmically it's reached a point. One thing I did find out on YouTube just from research and reading some other people's research is that like my YouTube channel now lives or dies by subscribers, essentially. So the way it works is that if I put a video up and no one watches it and there's no engagement, that video just is buried, basically. So it's essentially, and that's why, I mean, I'd admit I get sick of listening to it, but I guess it must be why people say like, subscribe and stuff, because if there's not that initial. And weirdly, I was watching some guy's video who did some experimentation, and he said that he would start a new channel and he put a video up on the new channel and it would get like 20,000 views. But he put a video up on his current channel that was similar and it would be getting a few hundred. So some people worked out that if you start a new channel and you put a new video out, the algorithm kind of pushes you to the front. But the issue then, of course, is that long term, unless you get subscribers from that, I guess that's going to quickly fall away. You know, you might get 20,000 people watch the video because you've put, I don't know, a massive dildo on Trump's head or whatever it is. I don't know, whatever it may be. Maybe it's a Starfield video, and because Starfield was the main thing, you know, because you're a new channel, the algorithm's pushed it out. But unless you get subscribers from that for the future, unless your subscribers then interact with the rest of the content you're doing, again, you're quickly buried again. So it's like, you know, and it's not really any better on Twitch. You know, I was watching some quite depressing. I was reading some quite depressing data that said that if someone goes to Twitch and they want to watch Starfield, they'll click on the Starfield area. And they won't scroll down one page, so they'll basically only choose someone from the top. So actually, kind of starting and getting discovered it sounds really difficult now. And also, the algorithm forces you down a road of. You guys must have noticed this as well, but I only recently noticed it because I haven't really been engaging with gaming channels that much. But when Diablo 4 came out, I mistakenly went looking for I needed some information about a necro skill or something, so I wasn't exactly sure what it did. And then my recommended was basically flooded with channels, all producing the same content, and it was things like every channel was producing the same video. So they'll do a video for Diablo 4 that says 10 things I wish I knew before I started Diablo 4. It's all the same video, but they word it differently. And all of the channels that were coming up were doing all of that. All of them did it. So the day the game came out, they would put a video up saying things I wish I knew. But then what they were doing, I'm assuming because of the algorithm issue, is that a few days later, the same channel would release another video that was essentially the same video, but the title was worded differently. It might be 15 newbie tips for Starfield or Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever. And again, I did some research, and I went to all these channels, and they're all doing the same thing. All the content is the same. And they're all like regurgitating the content like every few days. Even the build videos. I was going to build videos for Diablo 4, and I watched like 10 in a row. Now all for Necromancer, now all the same. So they're all just copying content from somewhere. I don't know where it's coming from originally. Maybe there are one or two channels that are getting that quicker, and everyone else is copying them. They're putting them out on their channel. But it's a real shame to see that it's got to a point that the algorithm is having that kind of an impact, you know, where people feel that they're having to just regurgitate content that everyone else is doing, to actually get any kind of you know grip on getting views and stuff. It's a real shame, and it seems to be where content is on YouTube, and it's almost like you have to follow that trend and do all the stuff that they're doing, otherwise you're just not going to succeed. And that's probably true. No, I mean, I'm a big fan of our boy Elon, and if they're going to do gaming streaming, then I would definitely try that out, because whatever you say about him, he's a geek and he likes that kind of shit. So that's what I would definitely do that. Yeah, but they shouldn't have to, should they? That's the thing. You shouldn't have to put out content, and maybe because the video didn't catch, a few days later you kind of have to put out the same video again with a slightly altered title and thumbnail. They shouldn't have to do that. But the algorithm is so screwed that I guess they've got no choice. And the thing is as well is that, I mean, I admit I initially was quite negative about it, and people in their chat are going, oh, you put this video out like 4 days ago and it's basically the same content. But then I kind of thought to myself, well, I guess they're not doing it to troll people. I guess they've just, as you said, they've got to do it, otherwise the algorithm just forgets about them and just buries it. And yeah, it must be like that for any new person who wants to start. Like, how do you get a grip? And I think traditional marketing methods are not going to work. I think if they did, level 3, I think everyone, a lot more people will be a lot bigger than they are. So like going to Discord channels and going to Twitter and hashtag Starfield. I'm currently streaming Starfield. Come and watch. I just don't think that. I don't get the impression that works, because if it did, I just feel more people would be doing better than they are. And maybe there are more people doing better. Maybe I'm just not noticing them. You know, maybe I'm only noticing the ones that have bought a fantastic camera and they've got and they've done some great video editing and they're getting like 10 views. I don't know. Maybe I'm not noticing the people doing really well. But yeah, but getting back to the point of the topic is that it became harder for me to justify making content as I was getting better and with someone supporting you financially. You know, it's just. But the channel is always there. That's the thing, and it's like I always think to myself, can it do more? You know, can it become financially viable, like a job might in the future? But I don't know. I really don't know. Obviously, I'd have to do a lot more myself. You know, more video editing and making everything flashier and all that kind of stuff. It comes down to a content thing. I just don't. I don't like the content that people are having to produce to get noticed. So then what do you do? Um, what I do like, yeah, I mean, obviously high quality content. The channels that I do like if I'm the channels that I'm always looking forward. Whenever, let me have a look. You guys must know these ones as well, but the channels where if a video comes up, I watch it immediately, and I'm always happy to see it. Is 21 Kiloton, who is a British bloke, talks about gaming. He's quite negative, and he's obsessed with things like China, and he's a bit conspiracy theorist. But I love his reviews. But he generally hates modern gaming, so it's always fun to listen to him. he's really good. Who else have we got? There's not a huge amount of them, but Bardic Broadcast, of course, but that's more. It's not so much computer gaming. Civvy 11, I love Civvy 11. He's kind of got. I don't know what the accent is, but to me, as an ignorant Brit, it sounds like he's got quite a strong New York accent, and I love his editing, and I love he reviews games. He reviews quite a lot of retro games. Civvy 11 is just, whenever a new video comes up, Civvy 11, no matter what I'm doing, I immediately watch it. What else have we got? As I said, it's a very limited, from a gaming point of view, it's quite limited. And there must be more. I'm sure there's more than that. I've still got level 1 Undercon here. I always hope that he might chuck another Everquest video up, but I think he's definitely giving it up. So I'm just going through my list of that I'm subscribed to. Who I should just get rid. I should just really unsubscribe to most of these channels, because I don't really watch much of them anymore. A couple of retro gaming channels that I really like. I'm sure there are some other ones. I know there are. Oh, Seth. If you've never watched Seth, then you have to watch Seth. I don't care if you like games or not. Seth, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Seth Zentach. It's basically spelled SSETHENTACH. Go and watch him. His videos are absolutely mental. He's the best game reviewer on the planet, I think. Not just because he mixes excellent humour with actual detailed reviews. Like, he did a review on Dwarf Fortress, and it was just amazing, because he's a great game reviewer, but also the humour is just phenomenal. Just go and watch all of his stuff. Even if you're not interested in the game, he will make you interested in the game. Another guy called Strategy Productions, who I quite like. Yeah, that might be it, actually, from a traditional gaming point of view. Occasionally I'll watch some of the big guys, like, is it ACG and whatnot, but I'm not a fan of them. I'm not a fan of what you would call more mainstream reviewers. They kind of seem to blow with the wind, really. Splattercat I've seen before, but what I like about Civvy and Seth is that they're kind of playing a character, but it's so well done. And Seth particularly, just the humour is just, I don't know, it's really, I've no idea, but I don't know how he does it. That's the kind of talent I'd like to be. where you got someone who can mix, someone who can review Dwarf Fortress and give it a really good review, but it's also full of humour as well. Just phenomenal stuff. Yeah, so there are some, that there are a lot that I watch I'm not subscribed to. Sorry, I know that there's not much gameplay here, and I'm just talking. Oh, you like the sound of your own voice, Bob. But I want to get back to the point. Yeah, so I've been watching. I like retrospectives. That's what I would personally like to do. I would like to do a retrospective on all of my favourite games. But I probably need to be better at video editing, and I actually need to sit down and write some scripts, really, because you can't really do them like this. I've tried, believe me. You can't. I kind of get away with it sometimes, but yeah, I mean, I'm currently watching a 4-hour retrospective of Elder Scrolls Arena. And what that made me think of from a channel point of view, doing more in the channel, is what I would like to do. So, like, when I'm finished with Cyberpunk, which might be quicker than I was expecting, actually, weirdly, is I want to go back and replay some old game series. Like a little while ago, earlier on in the year, I played. My intention was to go through all the Elder Scrolls games right from the start, cover a lot of the well, for myself, like, you know, like get involved in all the lore and all that kind of stuff. I was going to start off with Arena and go right through. And that's kind of the thing that I quite like to do on the channel. What the other thing I quite like is streamers like, I'm not comparing myself to them, by the way, but people like Co-Carnage, for example. Now, I'm not a fan of Co-Carnage particularly, but I feel it'd be quite good to play games, play retro games, retro PC games. So like play the whole of the Elder Scrolls series, starting with Arena, all the way through, like as a stream. Obviously, that'd take years, months, whatever. But I quite like the idea of. I guess what you would call them now is. They're like Let's Plays, but in streaming form. Because I've noticed that Let's Plays, there are a few channels that do Let's Plays that are still really successful, but you get a massive drop off. Like I started watching, again, just for data really, I looked at a playlist of someone who recently did a Mass Effect playthrough for the first time, and like the first video was like 20k reviews, even though they only had 100 subscribers, because that's what people like Mass Effect, you know, and they just want to see someone new playing it. But then for video 2, it was half that in views. Video 3, it was half that, until it got to a point where the views came down to in the hundreds, you know. So even doing something like Let's Play seems to be pretty difficult from an algorithmic point of view to get going. But yeah, I always like the idea of actually streaming it. So like a Let's Play, but you stream the whole thing. I quite like the idea of that, for example. So a retro version of what you see, like Dan's Gaming and stuff, doing on Twitch. That's quite interesting. But I love retrospectives. Like I don't know what it was. I started watching a. It might have been a Morrowind one. It was like 9 hours, split into 3 parts. And I thought to myself, wow, the sheer amount of content, sheer amount of work to create that. But yeah, maybe it's trying to come up with something new based around what you like. So if you like Let's Plays and retrospectives, maybe try and come up with something surrounding that. What I liked about the Elder Scrolls stuff, and even the Fallout games, I'm going to play through the Fallout games again from 1 all the way through to 4. Yeah, maybe. I always like the idea of coming up with like a series or a stream of it, but you kind of go into the lore as well. I've got some Elder Scrolls lore books, and I've got like a Fallout lore book and stuff. I always thought that would be quite good. But as I'm sure you can appreciate and realise, it wasn't possible for me to do before. If I want to do it, I've really got to sit down and, you know, do it properly and get involved. But then I think to myself, because my health's improving, should I really be spending that time doing something more constructive? I was kind of thinking of combining it, so maybe doing a video editing course on whatever the most popular one is, like Vegas or whatever it may be. I mean, I use for the very little video editing I do. I use what do I use? I use DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, I can't. It's hard to imagine someone like a younger gamer, I guess, sitting down and playing Deus Ex One. I can imagine it must be so weird. Um, Primarily from a point of view of the fact that all the stuff that it doesn't tell you, you just in you go. It's like, uh, yeah. But outside of like some video hardware channels and stuff, and some P99 channels and whatnot, uh, a few retro gaming channels. Yeah, I don't really watch much at all on YouTube anymore. I found myself using YouTube quite a lot just for music videos and stuff, trying to find obscure black metal bands, maybe some bootleg live performance or something, or bootleg the Damned videos and what have you, Sisters of Mercy or something. I got quite something that was became a bit of a guilty pleasure until I realised how terrible it was. I kind of got into watching React videos for some reason. I don't quite know why it was. I think it's because I'm a massive John Carpenter fan, and I come across some film reaction channels reacting to The Thing and whatnot, and I started watching them. And there was one or two that I got some entertainment from, but I quickly realised that it's essentially a scam for most of them. And I came to that conclusion when, I'm not sure if they meant to say it, but someone was like, at the end of a video, where they went, "Oh, I've got to go, so I've got another five reactions to do today." And at that point, I thought to myself, "Yeah, you're not really into it. It's like you're doing it because it's popular and you're trying to jump on the bandwagon." So that kind of ended my that ended my run of watching reaction content. I did it with music as well. I started watching people reacting to black metal, and I thought to myself, you don't really give a shit about the music. You know, because it's the same with the gaming thing. They were all doing the same. So when you look into it, all the reaction channels have done The Thing, for example, and whatever. But none of them have done like. So I thought to myself, okay, so John Carpenter fan, I'll try and find some reactions to, I don't know, some more obscure, some more not completely obscure, but more obscure films like They Live or something, or Vampires or whatever it may be. And there were hardly any of those. So again, it just felt like everyone was copying the same films because that seemed to be what the most popular. There's an awful lot of plagiarism going on YouTube. All of it, all the popular stuff is all just people copying each other. But yeah, I don't know how you. Very few original dudes and dudesses. Even less dudesses. Very rare. Well, unfortunately, I think I think unfortunately for girls at the moment, it seems to be a thing where you either wear a see-through t-shirt and you dance about on TikTok, or you wear a low-cut top and you stream games on Twitch. Not all of them, I know, but unfortunately that does seem to be a trend for girls. But I guess people do what they can do to get views, isn't it? I guess that's how it's going. Yeah, easy. That happens to me so many times. Civi and Seth and one or two others are the only ones that I've ever really stuck with, just because, like Seth will do a review on a game that I've never even heard of before. Like the other day, he did a review on a bizarre breeding game. It was a game like that shouldn't have had as much. This bizarre breeding game where you went to where vendors would sell dragon semen. Go and watch the video; it's fantastic. And you had to go and shag an NPC to open up the next part of the game. A game like that had no right to have as much depth of it as it did, but that game had more depth than pretty much any modern AAA game that I've played. How sad is that? A game about breeding where you buy semen off of NPCs, and you have to shag an NPC to open up the next area of the game. This game still had more depth to it than most modern games. I think that tells you everything you need to know about. Yeah, it's okay, mate. Actually, it feels like P99. I guess there are some things are different. Like skill gains are slower, I think, as they were on TAC P. Things like memorising your spells and stuff is slower and whatnot. On the TAC P client, there are some differences that actually feel quite different, but you don't really experience them until later on in the game. But yeah, apart from like some mob placements, for example, so in Kenos newbie yard, there's quite a lot of red beetles, which I don't ever remember it being a thing on P99. You had the Queen and stuff, and maybe, but mostly they were fire beetles. But there's very few fire beetles here. So apart from that, it's very similar. The camera, even though you've got scroll wheel, the camera is still a bit dodgy. There was a mod for TAC P, a mouse mod that you installed that smoothed out the mouse movement a bit. I'm not sure if this has already got it. Or if you can install it on this. I'm not sure. It didn't mention it, so. Do you know what? I have to be honest. The Everquest for me has become a game, and I can feel it at the moment. It's become a game where I enjoy thinking about it, and if someone does a really good video on it, whether it's one of you guys or whoever it may be, I enjoy sitting down and watching it, but I really struggle to play it, and I think I'm not sure if it's an age thing, but I've struggled to get out of the lower levels, mostly because even when I'm twinked, and I know that when I get out of the lower levels to a certain level, maybe it's like mid-teens or 20 or something, then I'll be enjoying myself again. Or am I just... It's not that I'm not enjoying myself, but I do find... I mean, the amount of times this year I've loaded up P99 and I've started a new character, it just hasn't gone very far. I just haven't had that motivation for it. I'm not sure if it's like a burnout or whatever it may be. It's not a gaming thing because I play games every day. But yeah, I don't know. Like at the moment, it's not that I'm not enjoying it, but I know that when I stop streaming, I wonder if I'll carry on doing it. I don't know. it's I kind of want to, because I want to get to the levels where things start to get interesting. But yeah, I guess you just got to get your head down and burst to that point. I want to get to the point where I'm in my first dungeon basically and faffing around when things open up a bit more. But yeah, running through these early newbie levels, I must confess, I'm not sure if I'm just becoming a bit soft or whatever, but I have been struggling with it. You can apply that to television as well. Easy, can't you? It's how many people will sit around watching Love Island versus how many people will sit around watching something culturally educational. I'd like to see a government initiative um, that basically forced television channels into producing more content that's just more educational, whatever it may be, as long as it's accurate. I don't want any of the crap we're getting at the moment, where people will bend history to fit in with their little ideology. I'm not interested in that. I want accurate information, historical programs, music, whatever it may be, jazz, or it could be any. It could be pop music, but just something, a well created program, well written program. It's just depressing when I watch television. It's just, and that's not me being an old fart. like I'm the sort of stuff that I watch. I'm not. I'm certainly not suggesting that I'm a highbrow in any way, but we have reached a low point culturally with regards to the media that we're being fed. My wife watches Strictly Come Dancing, right? Okay, fair enough. Drives me mental, but she likes it because she likes the costumes and the and all that kind of stuff. um, but and I didn't. To be honest with you, I didn't actually mind it back in the day, but I don't get it nowadays. It's not a dance contest, but maybe it's never been a dance contest. But you got people on there who, like Jane, my wife watches quite a lot of telly, and I kind of watch it with her. Got people on there most people never heard of before. I would say. It's not really a competition because people don't vote for the dancing, but it's not a competition also because you've got you got people with so many different levels of skill. So how could it ever be a? They call it a competition, but how could it ever be a competition? You got Les Dennis, who's 70, competing against girls and boys who are mid-20s. I mean, it's not. And some of them also, it's clear also, I don't know what I'm talking about, Strictly Come Dancing. Maybe it's, I'm just like, oh, I've held it in, I've built it up. Yeah, it's just weird. But I do feel that, I know it might sound like some old bloke moaning, but I do feel culturally it's quite a low point at the moment. Maybe social media highlights this kind of. Oh, sorry, licking. Maybe social media highlights this kind of stuff. But and I know that people do these videos on purpose, but I keep seeing loads of videos where you got someone asking young people questions like, "Can you name 3 countries?" and they can't name 3 countries. What the hell is going on? American kids, can you name 3 American states? They can't. You ask American, yeah, I'm not, not insult any American viewers, but they're asking kids, can you name 3 countries in America? Can you name 3 countries? And they're going, New York. What? Maybe people have always been like that. I don't know. Young people, I'm not sure. I wasn't, but maybe it's just I don't know. Sit those kids down for geography teacher, for God's sake. Please. Yeah, so it's so sad, isn't it? Because it's like, is this really where we are? Or are we not really there, but, it's, they're picking people out particularly who are just, bloody hell. It's funny how we talk about the political stuff as well. I've been talking about it more and more, um, primarily because, like everything else, it's so poorly done. So when I think back to even like sitcoms, for example, back in the 70s and 80s that I used to watch, and I you kind of get them on some TV channels now and again. You play them, and it's amazing how political they were. Even sitcoms, but they were so well written, that it was almost not noticeable, and it certainly wasn't rammed down your throat. When I say political, I don't mean you're daft racist and all that kind of stuff. They just hit you over the head with a bat. Nowadays, when I think of, like, I watched an episode of Steptoe and Son, which is about a rag and bone man and his son, and they're always poor. They're always just fighting to keep themselves going, and it's a fantastic comedy. But also, it's a great look at, like, working class people back then, back during the 60s and 70s and whatever. Um, but basically, it was so well written, that you didn't notice it. You didn't feel as though someone was whacking you over the head with a bat. And I think that's. Like, were most of us disappointed that the writers' strike ended. I was hoping it would go on and on until they cleared out all these writers and started again. Maybe series 2 of Rings of Power might not be such a shit show. I don't know. It's like, I can't have been the only one who was thinking, please let this strike go on for ages, and everyone they get rid of all the crap and start again. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think most people are probably even aware that there was a strike. I don't think teachers' pay has moved out of the 70s or 80s really. I think teachers are always seen as, it's like a so like a government type job, and it had a certain wage bracket, and it never kind of really moved out of that out of that bracket. It was never seen. It was never seen as more than just a council governmental type job, like a lot of jobs in the council and the government. Um, it should be, but um, yeah, but I think that's where the wage I think that's where the wage structure comes from, is from those periods where it kind of fit. I worked for local government for a few years, well, quite a number of years, and there's just all these jobs that fitted into certain brackets, and most of them kind of never moved out of that bracket. They were just seen as that. Um, and there are a lot of jobs like teaching that kind of never really seem to have moved out of those kind of confined. But I don't know, but I do agree that back when I was a kid, you went to parents' evenings in the evening. and they would talk a lot about marking all through the night, and then back to the job again the next day, and whatever it may be. I mean, if I had if I had a young child now, I'd be more concerned about the. I think it's probably worse in America, but more about the ideological teachings that are starting to work their way into schools, even young children. Um, oh, definitely not, Steve. No, I mean, God knows how many shaman I've levelled. I've levelled some shaman into the 50s that have never even been on the channel. So, not just the ones that you've seen, but there's also some that you've never seen. There was a barbarian one particularly that I was quite fond of. In fact, I always should have been a barbarian shaman, I think. I got distracted by by the frontal stun immunity and the regen, I think. I had two barbarians. There was one that I streamed with once, but I had another one that I got to, I can't remember, it was 50 something. But he had that, I don't know what happened to it. Oh, I guess I must have sold it or lost it or deleted it with a character or something. I don't know idea. But he had one of those, he had one of those hammers from, is it the Plane of Fear that procs Winter's Roar? That was cool, that was. You'd kind of slow yourself to get procs. And then you'd cast with the JBB. You'd cast Winter's Roar on that. It takes quite a while, about 7 or 8 seconds or something. And then quite often, when the Winter's Roar went off, and you did a melee attack straight after, you'd also get a proc off that as well. So you'd like 2 Winter's Roars in a row. That was cool. I think I've got, like, I think on my P99 Blue account, I think there's still probably 3 or 4 shaman, like level 50 something. Pretty sure. If only I'd put all that time into one, where would I be now? I'd be Uber Shaman. I think one of the reasons I played Ogre as well, because I really love the I love the Velius helm. I know a lot of people don't like the Ogre one for some reason, but I love it. I think it's amazing. And Barbarian actually was the only race. I'm not sure if a lot of you do the yeah, clickies and procs and things. Well, where have they all gone? They make such a I wanted to try it once, but I didn't, because I guess I just didn't have the guts. But I was in Permafrost. I was in is that the name of dungeon? Permafrost. And there's a barbarian warrior in there, just running around having a laugh. And I got chatting to him, and he had all this cool stuff. And it's like, when you first look at a warrior, you think to yourself, "Oh, it's going to be boring. You just click auto attack, and that's it essentially." But it's not in Everquest, because he had all these tools and stuff. The that made a warrior so much more than being a warrior. And I thought I'd love to try that one day. Like have a play a. It's a great role playing theme. Like playing a character with no innate magic, but he's got all these gadgets that. It could be kind of like a tech dude or Inspector Gadget, you know, where you use all these gadgets to make up for the fact that you can't use magic yourself. I always liked that theme and I always wanted to do it, like many other things I want to do in Everquest, but I never did. But yeah, exactly. You know, where are all these great items and proc items and items of warriors that cast spells on you that you can't normally cast and all that kind of stuff. It just fleshes the class out and make them so much more interesting. That's a great shot in the distance there. The sun, is it sunset or sunrise, and you got like a skeleton and a gnoll fighting each other. There's a skeleton with a weapon. No way. I think that's our first. Well, I say it's our first one. As that bloke turns around. How much damage you can... Oh, it's only a... Oh, it did 10 damage. Bloody hell, the skeletons with their weapons that... There we go. Thanks for the buff. Barbarian was one of the... I'm not sure if anyone else plays... If you're a man, you play female characters or vice versa, but Barbarian was one of the few races where I started a female character. I know it can be... It's a bit of a thing, but I don't do it. But I don't do it much, really. The only time I ever did it was... on a couple of Mass Effect playthroughs because the actress, oh come on, I'm level 3, stop with this RNG nonsense, because the actress that did Femshep was pretty amazing, but it's not something that I often do. Well, hardly ever do, really. Yeah, I don't like these skeleton models. And they walk like a drunken sailor, which is that's quite good. I want to try and turn on the old models at some point, I think. Yeah, the creativity and design of the guys that did Everquest, you know, the first 3 or 4 plus the first 3 or 4 expansions was just another level, really. I'm pretty sure they didn't even they weren't even aware of some of the amazing complexities that they'd created. It was just, as I said before, it was just like, all this stuff's cool. Why the hell am I getting battered by a skeleton? It was all this stuff's cool. Let's just put it all in and see what happens. And that's what made Everquest really cool. Whereas now, I think developers would not do that. It would be overdeveloped. Everything would be balanced within an inch of its life, and there'll be no room for like emergent gameplay. Yeah, it's lovely. I love sunsets and sunrises. Particularly in Kenos Hills, it's my favourite zone. I love just sitting in there and okay, so what we're going to do, I hope the game doesn't crash, because it did crash on me a couple of times before I started streaming. Let's go and start a little barbarian and see what's going on over at Hallis, shall we? So one thing I noticed about this client is that the humanoid mobs spawn with a lot less stuff. I think I got 1 weapon drop, 1 armor drop, and 1 bag drop, and that's much lower than P99. think I need to worry about that too much anyway. We get a buff. Who's the guy? Who's the face with the... It looks more like a rogue. Let's go for this dude. I like his chops and stuff. It's definitely what we want. Six hammers, of course. I remember when I played my Barbarian Shaman, it was really interesting from a from a role-playing point of view, because I'd read up on the Six Hammers gods. I'd try and play it as a follower of them. Okay, it's going to be that. There's old Margin. There she is. Yeah, the Barbarian female models are really nice. I didn't like the run though. That was the thing that put me off. I wasn't keen on the run. I love the chain look on Barbarians as well. I bet there's a couple of quests out there. No, I don't think so. No, I think no, you're still there. Let's go through the... I have fond memories of a Barbarian Shaman running around the top bit of Blackburrow, and then scarily going through the door that takes you down the slope to the other areas, and eventually working your way right around to where the snakes are and stuff. I've ever used minor healing as a shaman. Don't even know why they give it to you. They might as well give you. They should have given you like the burst of flame instead. Check that out, mate. Thank you. I must confess, I'm feeling more at home in the shaman skin with all the snow. I'm not sure. Give me a sec. I'm not sure if I've got it here. So I've got boxes of games in the garage. I'll do some videos. I'll try and do some videos on these, but I've got like this is Lord of the Rings online. It's like the original big boxed edition, and also the original World of Warcraft collector's edition. And these are a bit more contemporary, I guess. Great big box things, but I've got like multiple boxes of like Dark Age of Camelot expansions. Got no idea why. Like Shrouded Isles, got two of those. Catacombs, one of those. There's some more up here. Also online. Bizarre. Just a massive hoarder. I guess most of you are though. I guess that's just a thing, isn't it? No, I haven't got the original EQ box here. It must be in a box somewhere. And also, I can't see my. I'll tell you what was really good. SSI did the early D&D games, didn't they? But they did this Unlimited Adventures. It was like it was like a construction kit. This is actually for all you kids out there. Look at that. It's a floppy disk. It's a 3.5 inch floppy disk. I don't know if they still work, or if they're demagnetized now, or whatever. But that was that game was the first game that I played that was like a randomly generated dungeon. So it would randomly create a dungeon for you, and you just go around. It was just a dungeon hack explore thing. But it was really cool, and you could create your own as well. Oh no, let's because we know what the combat's like. Let's Seamus is a trainer, isn't he? Interesting. Start off with I think on P99 and the PC client, I think you start off with 5 in your main weapon, and you get 5. Do you? What I can remember. Don't know. My first disc system was Commodore 64. That was 5.25 inch disc. That was all floppy. That was not just the inside, the outside as well. I remember coming from loading a tape on the 64 to loading that, and it was literally it felt instantaneous almost. I'm not sure if it I have to look to see what they were like. I'm not sure if anyone's interested in that kind of thing, but yeah, it might be quite interesting doing videos of opening up old game boxes just to see what's in them. I'm going to go on eBay later. See if I can find an arena, a big boxed arena. See how much it's going for. If Daggerfall is I guess Daggerfall is probably a more popular game, but if it's not Daggerfall prices, I might get one. Because I want to read the manual. It had a massive manual, I seem to remember. I didn't realise until I watched that retrospective, but the original Elder Scrolls Arena used loads of D&D rules. It used FACO, like to hit armor class 0 and all that kind of stuff. I didn't realise that. I love the fashion quest of barbarians. I love the chain armor, but I love the leather armor look as well. And it looks so shaman-y, doesn't it? I'm not that guy. He probably is a shaman, but it looks so shaman-y. Oh, I love physical box games. Oh, just opening them up and having a look through, reading through the manual. I was talking to my wife recently, and because I've been talking about paring down some of my stuff, getting rid of some stuff, but I can't get rid of the PC games. What the hell are you doing? I don't like these wolf mobs either. They're kind of like they're newer, aren't they? I always thought that wolves and bears should be neutral to shaman as well, a bit like the druid animals and druids and stuff. So this is where I think people don't like starting in Hallas, I think, and why most barbarians probably run to Kinos to start, because there just aren't that many level 1 mobs. It's also quite dangerous as well. It's exactly the same on P99, although you do get quite a lot of skeletons on P99. I love the atmosphere here, though. Yeah, it's weird. It's the same on P99, where the wolves and the bears are kind of level 2-ish. And there's a real dearth of level 1 stuff. I'm not sure if it's here, but I know down one of these alleyways there's a... Yeah, the gaming stuff I'm not going to get rid of. Oh, there's a bloke there. Yeah, just around here you got this camp. But I think this is literally the only newbie camp near the newbie area. There are some other goblin camps a bit further out. This is the Everfrost experience I love. Desperately looking for a level 1 mob. I'm assuming they're on here. Are they in yet? Were they in Classic? The Virtuoso or whatever they were called. I'm not sure if they came in as Bard quests with Kunark or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, so you're right outside a newbie zone, and there are no level 1 mobs, and it's not even as though there's loads of people here, killing stuff. There's just nothing. I think this is why people don't like it. Once you do move on to the wolves and bears, then you're away. Get some turn into armor. I've still got a lot of my old consoles and stuff. They're all packed up, but I've been looking for a good CRT TV for a long time to set them up with, and I was kind of considering maybe also getting like a RetroTink or something and doing some videos on them, but I just haven't been able to find any decent TVs. I'm a member of a Facebook group where they have like like the Sony, the little Sony studio CRT monitors and stuff they used in studios and things for TV production and whatnot. And a lot of great stuff comes up on there, but it's all in America, unfortunately. I keep going to all the charity shops, see if I can find a CRT TV, a decent one. Okay. This game, there's no questing at all, weirdly. Well, no, that's not true. There is some questing, but it's not like World of Warcraft, where it's all about questing. It's about survival. Well, it's not really a survival game. It's about leveling up, moving on to harder content. In that regard, like a traditional role playing game, but it's more about for me, it's more about the immersion, which I really like, but also the how amazing the combat is, with regards to, like, all classes got their own tools and all their own toolboxes that are just wide ranging, wide in scope, allows for so many options when you're in a group in a dungeon or whatever it may be. That's what it's all about for me. This is, yeah, it's an MMO, so most people play it for the social, but I prefer the immersion and the mechanics of combat and stuff. This is it. This is worse than P99, actually. And at least on P99 you get some skeletons some decaying skeletons running around, and a few more ice goblins. But it is about survival, I guess, if you like. It's about exploration, particularly if you're new. You know what's around the next corner. You're always at risk of dying. This game is not like modern MMOs, where even a mob lower level than you could kill you. And if you get two mobs on you, you're almost certainly dead until you get to higher levels. Oh, here we go. I need to find your spawn spot. Whenever I start off as a shaman, my immediate priority is to get burst of flame. Always. As soon as I find a mob with a weapon, I'll go and sell it and buy burst of flame. Just so you can, particularly here in Everfrost, just so you can pull mobs more safely. So I think over here, this leads us through to an area where there's a big open section, and there are some more goblin igloos, but I think these are probably higher level. Here they are. See someone camping them. Where are all the mobs? Are there goblins here on the Mac client? Must be. Maybe someone's just come along and just recently gone past and killed them. There's a severe lack of action. Once you get to level 2 and you get burst of flame, you can just fight the bears and the wolves. But even then, there's not a huge amount of those. Yeah, it can take some getting used to. Particularly as a skeleton there. Where did you come from? Oh no, it is Vengeful Composer. Look, actually in the game, actually in vanilla. There we go. Well, they are here anyway. Oh, it started snowing. Cool. Yeah, I've been killed by those a few times. You think it's the decaying skeleton, and yeah, and then it one-shots you. I bet this section here must be well sought after, I would say, because there are just no mobs around. Ah, okay. Yeah, this is dire, isn't it? Holy smokes. I mean, You got a level, whatever. What levels are the composers? Are they 12 or 13 or something? I'm not sure. I mean, I know on P99 there are a lot more wolves and bears, because once you got to level 2, it picked up a bit, but holy moly. Well, maybe on Quarm it's not as good. Maybe there's not that many people in the zone though. There's only 8 players. I was about to say maybe there are a load of people just stuck at the spawn points around here somewhere, so no mobs are actually spawning and roaming. But it's just it's just nothing. I think I killed that only. I think I killed that only goblin whelp that spawns. Yeah, collecting the bear skins. I think there's a quest to turn in goblin necklaces as well. There's a warrior quest for turning in some stuff. It's all pretty good. It's all pretty good. Get your polar bear hat. Getting to level 9 on a shaman is such a great feeling when you get Spirit of Wolf. It's like I've made it. I've made it as a shaman. Now the world is my oyster. Always a fantastic area. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Something doesn't seem right. I mean, there aren't enough players here to be just all standing at one spawn point and just killing everything. But I would have seen them anyway, surely. I'm going to come and just nick that guy's camp. I'm not sure if anyone else plays it much, but I'm really keen to get back into Lord of the Rings Online over the winter period. Now, actually, also on P99, there's loads of spiders. That's the first spider we've seen. But they're all around level 2. That was always the issue. Yeah, Lord of the Rings Online. It's had a bit of a renaissance recently. And they're changing a lot of stuff as well. A new class just come out called the Mariner. Yeah, so this would definitely be a zone thinking about things that would need improving in EverQuest. This would definitely be something that would need improving. So for a developer to go around through this area and just revamp it, create a few more of those goblin camps, change the mob density. Definitely, all that's desperately needed. Well, yeah, those are these little alcovey bits where they could have stuck some camps and stuff. Ah, there's a skeleton. Quick! It's like our second mob. Oh, here we go. What's happening? Someone just turned up the spawns. Ah, nice. That's a good drop. It's all happening now, look. It's nice to hit things a couple of times and they fall over, unlike the enchanter. Oops. So 3 in a row there. What, at this level? Black Barrow ramp at this level? No, I don't think so. Unless it's different on here. One thing I always wanted to do with Shaman, but I never did, I always thought it looked pretty cool, is I never really, I don't know why, because the epic is a spear, but I never really could, I always use blunt weapons for some reason, but I always thought the spear looked really cool. Spear and shield. Looks really, that wind sound gets monotonous quickly. I always like the rite of passage of felt like a rite of passage starting a barbarian where you we've got competition as well. That's bad news. We're kind of fighting your way through Black Barrow to the other side to get to Kenos was kind of like a rite of passage thing. Hey Philip, it's do you know the Mac client or the Alcabor project, the emulator for it? Um, Environmental sounds, is that like is that an option somewhere? Yeah, it's based on the Mac client. The Macintosh had its own Everquest version of Everquest, um, which wasn't as well supported as the PC version from an expansion point of view, I don't think. And there were some differences as well, but yeah, I mean, essentially, it feels like playing P99, although there are some clear, obvious differences um, that become obvious the more you play it. It is, yeah, Project Quarm. It's based on the TAC-P or the Mac client rather than the PC version. Yeah, I noticed some real changes on my enchanter quite a bit, because the way it deals with things like like the lull line of spells is different on here. Mechanically, it's a bit different. There's some other spell lines I think that are a bit different as well. Well, this turns out to be a bit of a no-show. I have no idea what they were thinking on the Mac, how they expected barbarians to level. But it feels like P99. The camera's a bit iffier, but at least you can scroll in and out on TAC P. You can't even do that. So that's a little quality of life thing that's really good. And this server is also like a TLP server, so they're releasing the expansions up to Planes of Power in the correct time of release, I think. So yeah, this is classic until Cunard comes out, which I guess is it 9 or 10 months time or whatever. Well, what a weird experience. It was nowhere near as bad as this on P99. It's very weird. If you want to try the server, 9 months, yeah. If you want to try the server, just search for Project Quarm, or Calm, or however it's pronounced, and you need to download. If you go to the Algabor project, you need their client version 2.2, which you can just download. It's a couple of gigs, and then you download the Project Quarm files, and you just unzip them into the folder where you unzipped the TAC-P client, and that's it. That's what I like about Barbarians as well. The wolf pet was pretty cool. I think I'll probably, when it eventually happens, I'll be bang on the old Beast Lord, I reckon. But that's quite a long way off. For those of you unaware who are thinking of playing, the developer of this is also making it easier to complete quests and get items that involve camping mobs. So I think some of the really powerful legacy items, some of those popular ones, I think they've increased the drop rate just so more people can get them. And I think mobs for quests as well. So like Rasta in Guck, maybe. I think those kind of mobs, I think they've increased the spawn rate of as well. So that's quite interesting. I don't mind that idea, actually. I know some people won't like it because it's not classic, and because I think there are some people that don't disagree, think those things should be quite rare. But I think some people think that way because they know they're one of the few people that are going to get them. I don't like all that status symbol, or like I've got the time to get something and you haven't kind of stuff. It's not really, as long as it's still a challenge to get, I think it's fine. And my number one tip for someone who's never played Everquest would be to play Everquest. Basically, it would be it. Look, if you're used to survival games and stuff that are challenging, then you won't have a problem. But the game, particularly starting off, as you can see, getting into, it's not easy. You're not told anything. There is lore if you want to go searching for it. Like, I haven't done it yet, but if you go and hail a lot of the NPCs, they'll talk to you. It's not, the leveling experience isn't based around quests by any stretch of the imagination, and unless you unless some of the quests work that you can abuse, that give you a lot of XP. There are a few of those, but yeah, primarily it's just an MMO that you're thrown into, and you just get on with it. You know, you really don't. I mean, as you see me start on the Enchanter, maybe if you watch a video back later, that's essentially it. You give in your guild note, you get a starter chest piece and a starter weapon, and off you go. And it's basically about killing mobs. And using all the tools available to you. I guess like some basic tips will be things like, so if you look at the different colours here, so essentially what you do is you con something, you con an NPC or you con a creature. So Don McMarrin, who was a guard, his name is in red, which means that he's higher than me. Now, higher level than me. Now, red means he could be more than 3 levels higher, so he might not be that much higher, but he could also be level 50, and because he's a guard, I'm going to assume he's probably level 50. Whereas the polar bear cub and the white wolf, their name's in yellow, which means that they're just above my level, 1 or 2 levels above. I think the white wolves and the bears are level 2, so they're just 1 level above basically. If you get an even con, which the name is in white, which if you look back on the video, the gnoll or the if you go look back to the enchanter bit, the skeletons would have been even cons at level 1. So that means that they're the same level as you, and at level 1 they're the only mobs you can fight. But then as you get higher level, you also get blue names in blue, and that means that the mob is lower level than you. And as you get higher in level, those ranges get bigger. So a blue mob might not just be 1 level lower than you. It might be at level 60. It might be 10 or 11 levels lower than you. But it's blue just to tell you, just give you a basic idea of the fact that it's low level. It's lower than you. So this is even con, this skeleton. So at level 1, that's my only choice. There aren't any level 0 mobs, so I can only fight level 1 mobs. Oh, here we go. It's got a weapon. So that's how you base off what mobs you should be fighting and what mobs you shouldn't be fighting. Wow. Oh, it's one of those dudes again. It's one of those skeletons of the weapons. Holy smokes. They're hardcore. I like that. That's never a thing on P99. Cool. So it's a bit like having a pet, giving a pet a big weapon. That is cool. I like that a lot. Although I've got to memorise my spell again. Yeah, basically it tells you how tough they are. All mobs are tough though, really, up to a certain point. Once you get past the blue bit below, they go to green. So green is generally supposed to be mobs that are much lower level than you, and you generally don't get any XP for them. Yeah, well, I got smacked with the last character as well, didn't I? I just forgot. I just assume I'm playing P99, so I saw the weapon and I thought, well, there's burst of flame. But if you like survival games, I don't like kind of convincing people to play games, because if they have a bad time and they waste their time, I feel a bit like I don't really want to, but if you like tough hardcore survival games and you like old games as they used to be, with lots of challenge, this game is definitely the way. It's got all of that. The combat, as I said, is astonishing. Like some of the things that I've seen like I've said this before, but you can go to a dungeon in Everquest, like 1,000 times with a group, and your experience will be different every time, because of the way the dungeon is designed, the way the mobs behave, all the toolboxes that all the classes have and whatnot. It harks back to an amazing era of gaming, where rather than over developing, I think the developers, as I said, just went, let's put all this cool crap into this game and let's just see what happens. Whereas nowadays, I mean, nowadays, like developers nerf things in single player games. Why would you nerf stuff in a single player game? Who cares? It's just ridiculous. I understand as a developer, maybe you want the player to have a certain experience, but even so, I don't get it. But it is tough. You'll die a lot. You'll get frustrated when you die. I think after level 5 here, when you die, um, you have to go and get your corpse. So if you die at the bottom of a dungeon and your group buggers off, your corpse is at the bottom of a dungeon with all of your stuff and all of your money, and you've got to somehow get it back. Yeah, it's unforgiving. But as I said, if you're into retro PC games and stuff, I don't think the difficulty will be too much of an issue. And the game, what I liked about one of the best things about Everquest was they didn't just. I think the mistake that indie MMOs are making, indie ones who are trying to be classic, is that they make it hard and grindy, but they don't give you any answers to the problems. Whereas Everquest always had an answer to a problem. So if you die in a dungeon and your group leaves the group and buggers off and leaves you, and you can't get your corpse back, well, maybe a friendly cleric will come and will go and res you. You know, so then you'll appear at your corpse and you can get your stuff back. Maybe a necromancer will summon your corpse. Oh, medicine. God's sake. Yeah, maybe a necromancer can summon your corpse to your location or to their location, so then you can loot it. So there's always an answer. So the game's very unforgiving. It's very tough. The game always gives you an answer. And as Kankasaur there said, always just be prepared. You know, you need food, because you run out of food, you don't regenerate your hit points. You run out of water, you don't regenerate your mana. And I started the channel a little bit before I started playing P99. So I played Everquest originally, and I've been playing on P99 for 9 years, however long it was. And you'll still come across new stuff. You know, you'll still not see everything. You'll still go into a dungeon that you've been into 100 times and you'll experience something new. And if you're not very social and you're more of a solo player, this game has got you covered still. You know, I know players who, you have to think about the class a bit more. So like I know, I'm sure everyone knows players who exclusively play enchanters or necromancers, and they challenge themselves by going to a dungeon on their own that's meant for a group, you know, and go through to you get like all the dungeons have got loads of named mobs, and all the named mobs drop magical items. Some of the magical items are game breaking, but they're quite hard to get. The game's got epic quests for an epic weapon. Every class has got an epic quest for an epic weapon, which involves, in most cases, a lot of grouping, a lot of hard work and stuff. Now I'm talking about it, it's weird. It's like, you know, you talking about it with EverQuest with other people makes me more infused for playing it. I'm thinking now, let's go. Let's level something up. Yeah, it's a fantastic game. It really is. And if you're no stranger to, as I said, games that didn't hold your hand and all that kind of stuff, yeah. Okay, we're just over halfway to level 2. We're kind of getting there. Level 2 can't come soon enough. I didn't get that weapon, did I? That was annoying. I couldn't even heal through that damage. It was far too high. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing here. Maybe I should just stand in a spot and wait for mobs to pass me rather than... Maybe I went through it on TAC P, but Hey Don, well this is the. Let's just wait here, see if something comes wandering past. This is the TACP client, so the Mac, as you know, the Mac one. So the changes are kind of, I think mechanically the changes are for the most part what you would expect on TACP. Um, what they have, what Secrets has done though is um, he's changed some of the spawn timers and item drop percentages. Um, so I think what did I say earlier? So yeah, so things like legacy items, like just pick a legacy item. Um, the ones that they cycle out after a period of time. He's increased the drop rate of those, so more people got a chance to get them. I think mobs that spawn for quests and stuff. Like, I'm not sure if this is correct, but I used Raster of Guck as an example. I think they've increased the spawn times. I think he's increased the chances of more people completing quests that require a long wait and forgetting legacy items, basically. Which I don't purposely mind, but I think some people might not like that because it's not classic. If that's the case, I should start an ogre and try and get the guise of the deceiver again, shouldn't I? So I can run around as a dark elf shaman or a mana stone. Now I'm thinking about it. I have just been faffing about, as I'm sure you can probably tell. But now I'm thinking about it. A new fresh server. I might seriously think about a character and create a character. Look at the the dates of when they cycle out some items and stuff, and then maybe have a real good go at trying to get some stuff. That might be quite exciting, actually. What class to do that on, though, I'm not sure. Even though there's no Ixars, I still feel that Necromancers are so good from a self. At the very, very top end, they probably can't solo the stuff that Shamans and Enchanters do. But I think they're a nice class to race towards something, and they're quite powerful as well. Yeah, I tried it on green. I just couldn't stay logged in long enough. That was a problem. I was actually there quite low in the queue at one point on green, but yeah, I just couldn't. I mean, my health was a lot worse then, so I just couldn't stick with it. But yeah, that might be an idea actually. I think the problem with this server and TACP is that I played P99 for so long, and I liked P99, and I like the P99 version of Everquest, that even though this is very similar, at the back of my mind there are still I still kind of think, well, this is a bit different, you know. And I guess it's not PC classic, it's kind of Mac classic, you know. And I know the Mac version doesn't mean anything to me because I never played it. You know, I don't have any affinity or kind of retro-y feelings for it. You know, no nostalgia there, but it's still EverQuest. I gave up on Pantheon ages ago, to be honest, mate. I haven't seen it. I haven't looked at any updates for ages. I used to religiously watch every update, but I just dropped out. Maybe if they eventually, I mean, there's been talk about it for ages now. I think someone mentioned it again recently. I'm not sure if they're smoking the old copium or not, but if they eventually release an alpha or a beta server that's always up to play, then, and we get to see more of what's going on, then maybe I'll get interested again. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, J Boots dropping. I think what I might do later on is make a little list of when these things cycle out. Does anyone know if they cycled them out kind of at the similar time as the PC client? I don't think that things like the mana stone stuff staying for very long. I mean, I think they're staying for long enough for someone to level up to that point and camp it. I mean, I think I got my shaman up to level 40 or something at the time when I was camping the Deceiver or whatever, so might have been higher than that. Yeah, going back, like don't be scared of the leveling process. People talk about it being really, really slow, but once you get going, this is dependent on class, but once you get going, you clip for an MMO. I think you can clip along at a pretty decent pace. Well, this is incredible. There's just no mobs. And I guess it would have been like this on release on Sunday, because I guess what's the point in sticking around? It's just there's nothing here. I mean, the Mac client or whoever has really buggered up Everfrost as a newbie zone. It was never this bad on P99. Oh, here we go. The one thing you notice when you start is the Mac client is not very good from a mouse control point of view, so it feels a bit ropey. That's the most obvious thing. TAC-P had like a mod file for mouse moving, which I think you can install on TAC-P, which kind of helped a bit. This is not too bad. I mean, at least you can zoom in and out, which is not available on TAC-P. But when you do zoom out, like the mouse movement's a bit not that smooth. What Everfrost was this bad on live? I don't remember. I didn't really do much in Everfrost back on live. I played a Halfling Druid, believe it or not, for most of my life back on live. As someone said earlier, they've kind of revamped it for P99, so I guess this also needs the same. I mean, it's bleak and cold, so quite realistic, but it is a game. It needs to be a bit gamey. Okay, so it's actually broken, is it, we think? Yeah, it does. Yeah, I've kind of got them. What I've noticed is that it's quite often to get the balance right, even though it gives you balance. So you get swinging weapons, and when you hit, not sure if you can hear that. When you hit a mob, they make a noise. They make a noise, and when they die, they make a noise. They've got music, which I've turned down. Yeah, the music is amazing. Like the MIDI music in it is absolutely fantastic. I've actually got it downloaded, and I play through it every now and again. Hang on a minute. So, where are we? Oh, we're nearly level 2. It's also, I mean, just from a design point of view, if you haven't played it before, just like you've got this mob called a Vengeful Composer just wandering around the zone, just random. And if you weren't playing a particular class, you wouldn't have no idea what it's there for or what it's all about. But you get this, and also I love the way they did spawning in the game. So Like I did a shaman quest once where I needed an item, um, and you know that the mob spawns in that zone, but you have to do certain things to spawn the mob. So that kind of becomes a game in itself, and I had to work out how to spawn the mob by killing other mobs, checking where they were spawned and all that kind of stuff. Literally, you could learn something new about the game even after playing it for 100 years. And Necro's still buying bone chips. Don't worry about dying and stuff, honestly, or losing your corpse. That's going to happen. It happens to everyone. Generally, I find that not always, when you get up to the raiding end of things, you get a lot more smeg heads, I think. Or maybe it's kinder to say that raiding kind of turns people into smeg heads because it becomes too competitive. But for the most part, if you lose your corpse, I'm sure you'll find someone. Maybe because it's a new server, as someone said before, like I'm playing this and it's a fresh server and it's great to have a fresh experience. But maybe I would play on P99. I don't know. Maybe some other people in chat can chip in on that one. I'm not sure. I don't know. Like P99 is the P99 is the PC client, and it's the original, and it's got all the expansions. But if you're going to play P99, you only get the classic version anyway. So you only get Vanilla and Cunarch and Velios, which is all you need. I mean, one Cunarch. I mean, it's not just when I was talking to you about. I feel like I'm eulogising about the game, but I can't help it. Like what we was talking about earlier is basically just vanilla. When Cunarch comes out, it adds a whole new continent of stuff to do. A new race as well, the Ixar. If you like lizard men type, the Ixar just look amazing. Some of their animations not great, but if you play an Ixar monk, like in all monkly clothes, and you just see them standing there with their towel swaying a bit, it just looks awesome. And then with Velius, it adds another continent entirely, another massive continent with loads of dungeons and stuff. Velius actually introduces a load of new interesting mechanics as well. And also, if you're that way inclined, you can join a guild, do raiding, invade planes, kill gods, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. If it's not the best game that's ever been made, it's at the very least it's the best MMO that's ever been made. I mean, if you think about Deus Ex, for example, like obviously it requires leveling, it requires a lot of time, maybe months, and it requires a lot of work. But the options in this game, from a tactical point of view, to approach things, there's 100 times more than Deus Ex. It's just phenomenal. Even playing as I said earlier, even playing what you might consider a boring class like a warrior. Warrior have specific and non-specific items and weapons that give them magical abilities, so they kind of become like a mage knight or something, or whatever you want to call it. Starting off as a warrior, for example, is hard. It's going to be harder than most other classes, except for maybe a rogue. But once you get going, if you like grouping, you get in a guild and all that kind of stuff. There's a spawn point there, look. This might be level 2. I think it is. Yeah, holy smokes. Yeah, P99 might be the safer option. There'll be a lot of people on there to help you out with stuff. It's tempting. What I would try and do is, for your first character, even if you only get it to level 20 or whatever, try not to accept loads of handouts and stuff, because I think you I think you just kind of lose the... Where am I going? this way, I think. I think you don't get the full experience. I didn't see anything pop straight away. Yeah, I think you don't get the. I don't think you get the authentic experience because a lot of people will chuck. Was it here? I don't know actually. A couple of spiders. Because on like blue and green, even on Project 1999, people will gladly give you stuff and buff you and give you gold and all that kind of thing. But try and avoid that. If they do, maybe save it for a second character. There's no map. Nope. P99 has a wiki and they've got maps there. And I do use those, but they're not detailed maps, so they're not. The dungeons are, to be fair, but the outdoor maps are more just a vague idea of where you're going. But don't try not to spoil it for yourself too much. So if you were me and you started this character and you're a brand new player, I would suggest don't look at any maps or anything at all. Just run around. You understand what mobs can kill you and what mobs you can kill. You know, the only other command I think is useful is, you know, hail NPCs. All you need to know is what mobs kill you and what mobs don't. There's a phone call. I'll get that in a sec. Hail NPCs. They'll talk to you. Some of them will give you a quest, although the game's not really based around questing. And if you right-click on them, they might be a merchant. So this is the looks like a tailoring merchant. So you got loads of crafting skills as well if you want. Game's just got so much content. It's unbelievable. What I might do is go back into town and see if I sell my box, and maybe this, if they buy the necklaces or not, I might be able to have enough to buy a burst of flame, maybe. Yeah, I mean the dungeons are real old school as well. Like you could easily, if you felt like it, you could easily get yourself a grid of a pad of grid paper, and yeah, and just map them out yourself. That's what I used to enjoy doing. Other things to tell you: lots of item slots. You won't have much at the start, obviously. Skills go up as you use them. So as I'm swimming, my swimming skill might go up on its own. I'm using one-handed blunt, so as I use that, it will go up. Yeah, fishing, baking, blacksmithing, fletching. There's loads of stuff to do. Essentially, yeah. In town, you'll have your guild master, and you'll have, so there's a shaman guild masters that will train you, because every level you get 5 points as well to train in skills if you want. So if I go and see my trainer, do you know what as well? One of the best things about Everquest as well, which doesn't get mentioned too much, is that from a role-playing point of view, like role-playing is amazing in this game. You won't see people role-playing, but if you're like me and you're just happy to, you know, maybe you're AFK for a bit, you might come and sit in a tavern or something, you know, make out you're having a beer after a hard day's adventuring. It's got loads of that stuff. It's got all that stuff. Loads of classes, of each class got its own depth. Yes, I've got 5 points to train. I normally put one in sense heading, and I have a hotkey to train sense heading. Sense heading is kind of like your compass, but it starts off at 1 and it gets better as you go along. I don't know, maybe I'll just put 1 point in each of my... I'm not sure if you've played D&D before, but all of your spells are broken down into spell groups. So evocation, conjuration, all that kind of malarkey. Alchemy is interesting because it's a shaman only skill. You can make potions, and some of the potions are quite sought after. So as a shaman, there'll be NPCs here that sell shaman spells. I'm looking for burst of flame, just so I can pull mobs from a distance. Oh, so I'm going to sell my small box. Then I can buy a burst of flame. There we go. It's always a priority when I use it when I'm playing a shaman, because I can stand on a hilltop and pull the mobs to me rather than having to run up to them. But yeah, basically leave town, kill stuff, get stronger. Eventually you'll go to dungeons. That's what I'd recommend. And that's some of the best combat, MMO combat, best gaming combat I think you'd ever come across. Every pull is like unless you've got someone with you who's trivializing the content, of course, high level. Every pull is like a dance, you know. It's like a puzzle to solve, and you get so say you've got like a group of mobs together in a dungeon, and you think, well, they're going to kill us, but you look around at the classes you've got. So so you'll get classes with tools, spells, and abilities that will allow you to pull one mob out of the group, you know. But it's not infallible. There's still one of the things I also like about Everquest is that there's RNG, but it's controllable, if you know what I mean. So it's RNG, but you can lower the odds in your favour by stats and items and spells and that kind of thing. So although you can pull one mob from a group on its own, because that'd be safer for your group, there's a small chance that the whole group will come, and then it's down to the group to control that, and that kind of thing. Hey mate, yeah. Well, I'm sitting here talking about Everquest to some folk who haven't played it before, and just talking about it makes me excited to play it. Yeah, because it is. You know, you kind of feel that you're burnt out, and oh God, can I play it again? And then when you're playing it and you're talking about it, I think the issue, as I said before, is it's getting. I find the early levels now quite not difficult, but quite monotonous. I'm not sure if it's because I've done them so many times, or I'm just getting old age. I don't know. Yeah, but. Yeah, it's all one server. Yeah, there are a number of emulated EverQuest servers. Project 1999 is the biggest one, the most popular from a population point of view, or it is in general. You know, and unless there's a new one released like this one recently. Yeah, but the main difference between the two is the one's based on the. I'm logging out. I've got to log out in a minute, mate, actually. But I might be back this afternoon. I'll give you a shout. The main difference between them is that the Quarm server and the TACP server is emulators are based on the Mac client, and the P99 stuff is the original PC client, which is what I played back in the day. Yeah, and you get the same feeling, same immersion, you know, same atmosphere. A lot of the games are the same. As I said, there are just some things that are slightly different. Some of those things are things like the way spell lines work, slightly tweaked. Yeah. Yes, it did it for me, mate. So what happened to me? I got into the game and I changed it to 1080p and it crashed. But when I loaded the game back up again, it was in 1080p. So yeah, it did crash me the first time, but then when I loaded the game up a second time, it actually went to the resolution I changed it to when it crashed. I'm not sure if that helps you in any way. The other thing as well, like the game, even though it might not seem like it, the game's got loads of lore. Like there's loads of stuff online where you can read about the game. The lore surrounding the ogre race is some of my favourite. But there's loads of lore to do with gods and dragons and factions and all kinds of stuff. You know, it's not like factions. It's not like Elder Scrolls, for example. But you know, your class does have a guild, like a faction, and some of them do give you quests and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, as Liz said, I mean, there's so much content as well. so many zones, and the zones are all different as well. Like you go from zone to zone, and each zone can have its own visual style, its own architecture. All the races look different. Um, yeah, there is so much. Velius, the second expansion, is a wonder. I find. I'm not a Velius expert, but just the whole with that wind blowing again. Just the design behind it, some of the new ideas it introduced to the game. There's a brilliant faction grind in Velius where you've got a dragon faction, a dwarf faction, and a giant faction, and you can increase and lower faction your standing with each of those factions, and each of them's got like armor sets. They've all got their own armor sets. I think some people probably increase their faction with one faction to get the armor sets, then raise the other one, all that kind of stuff. It all takes loads of time, but I mean, some people play P99 when it first came out, and they're still playing it now, and it's the only game they play. You know that. I mean, that's not me. I couldn't do that, but I can understand why they do it, because I can't stand turning off these bloody environmental sounds. Is it a key, maybe? Don't know. Yeah, it's if you've never played an MMO and you like good old tough old-fashioned games, challenging, and has got content that could literally last you decades, then you can't go wrong. The thing I'm slightly nervous about is like if you get into it, you will get addicted, and you might not play any other games for a while. That's what happened to me. Okay, well, I'm not going to get through Blackborough yet to get to Kenos, so I suppose it's going to be a case of just generally picking off bears and walls and stuff. Anyway, I've got to go now. But I'll try and come back tomorrow and stream some more. I'm only level 2, mate. I've only just started. Yeah, you do, yeah. So if you go type in Everquest Project 1999, which I don't know. If you want a new, fresh experience for everyone else, type in Project Quarm, and there are some instructions on how to get the game running. I don't know. Maybe I would still recommend P99. I don't know what everyone else thinks. For a more authentic PC experience, there's more people there, higher level, so you probably have an easier time. Yeah, but there's all you know, as well as the Quarm one, you'll also find videos on how to install P99 and stuff. But just do Project 1999 or the Quarm, or type in Quarm, and it will take you to the website, and they'll give you instructions on how to install it and stuff. Just send me a PM through Discord or YouTube or something if you get stuck. Yeah. Yeah, I do play quite a good time. Although saying that, back in the P99 days, I was always jealous. I joined a few guilds, but it never worked out because there was never anyone on. And I couldn't really do any raiding and stuff. But the advantage of that is that when I log into the game, it's quieter, so I've got more group or solo options available, I suppose. But anyway, guys, I've got to go. But I'll be definitely streaming again this week. I need to go away and just have a good old look around, do a bit of research, write down when the legacy items get cycled out, and then start leveling a character for real, and see where we go. Yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll speak to you again soon.